Alright, it's December 5th, 2025, and just to preface for the record, the reason I haven't made any new live reading the Murderbot Diaries book so far is that I still have to edit the transcript for video 17, and that is made exponentially more difficult than it needs to be because, as you may be aware, my laptop is old and shit. The battery has been dead for years. I was fine with that. So it just had to be kept plugged in because I cannot afford, and I morally refuse to buy a new fucking battery because that's just going to exploitative mining. And I was fine with keeping it plugged in all the time, but now the new problem is the charger cord also has a problem, so the laptop literally cannot be moved at all while it's plugged in or it will shut down, and my cats really enjoy jumping up onto the sofa to sit with me, so they keep nudging it. And sometimes nobody even touches it. It's just a light breeze, and that's enough to send the whole computer shutting down. So that makes editing a transcript so much more difficult than it needs to be. Anyways, today I was made aware of yet another interview with Martha Wells. This one is from, I have to scroll to the top of the page. This one is from October 9th, 2020. Despite them inserting the book cover that has the fucking white man from the TV show that they cast for the non-binary black character on here. Yeah, I'm gonna be reading the transcript for multiple purposes, because I was just reading through it myself, and my twin was listening to my reactions and said, you just need to make a video log just for your honest reactions for posterity. Because I just got to one part in here. You can mimic what I said, just in the tone that I said it, because
I don't even remember what it was. I'm just hearing, ah! Ah! Oh my god!
Yeah, so I just got to a part of here where I just had to say, what? Unironically, not doing it for attention, just genuinely. What? So, I'm going back to the top of this fucking thing, and I'm just gonna read it one paragraph at a time and give the commentary, so that you can all see what kind of shit Martha Wells is saying, but not putting in the books, and also to archive this shit because Martha Wells is notorious for deleting interviews and all traces of them from the internet, even when people paid for them. If you try to look up an interview with Martha Wells on Reddit, it's all gone. Every single thing that she said is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. Any fucking ways. The URL for this is smartbitches.com/podcast/426-all-about-murderbot with Martha Wells #hashtag transcript. Between the all about Murderbot with Martha Wells, there's little dashes. Anyways, I'm just reading the transcript because I'm not listening to a fucking audio thing. I have audio processing disorder. Anyways, Sarah Wendell says, actually, I don't think
just read Martha Wells.
I don't give a fuck about all this shit. I'm just scrolling back down. I don't care.
If you want to read
Especially because there's lots of ads. How about...
Can you put it in that recipe card reading thingy?
Recipe card reading thingy?
Up in the search bar, there's a little symbol on the document page. It's the simplified reading.
No, it's all in the text. Because I guess the podcast just has a shit ton of ads in the text. Anyways, Martha Wells starts out saying, "Hi, I'm Martha Wells. I'm a science fiction and fantasy writer. I've been writing since about 1993 professionally, and I've done the Murderbot Diaries most recently, and the Books of the Raxura, and a bunch of other fantasy science novels and media tie-ins." I think it's very funny that people who are getting paid for it get to call their fan fiction media tie-ins instead of calling it fan fiction. And I gotta say, it's not particularly fucking good fan fiction either. It's pretty shit. And I'm not just saying that because I don't like her because she's fucking racist and so many other kinds of bigotry. It's honestly shit. Go ahead and read Razor's Edge, her Star Wars book that accomplishes absolutely nothing in any fucking capacity. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just scrolling down.
You have to laugh about the science fantasy because she can't just say regular old fantasy. She wants to try to say that her things are science fantasy.
Hold on. The interview is like something about the interviewer is saying something. I don't really give a fuck. Well, Martha Wells says, I think these books, I'm just going to paraphrase, I don't give a fuck. I think this series might appeal to romance fans because, well, the reason I read romance, I don't blah, 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 but the emotional catharsis, blah, 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 I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. Anyways, this interview does confirm that me saying that the start of Artificial Condition has extreme, a time traveler just came in here and fucked with a bunch of shit to change the timeline. I'm literally objectively correct. I'm literally objectively fucking correct, because listen to this shit. And actually, I'm gonna have to paraphrase it, because she, like me, stutters while talking, that's a normal fucking thing for people with ADHD. So I'm just gonna be paraphrasing out the pauses and hesitations and things. And actually, this is a quote now, paraphrase quote. And actually, the thing with this being an aromantic agender romance suspense novel, because somebody in a review called it that, is when... What?
Buzzwords, buzzwords, buzzwords. Even if they don't apply.
Yeah. When I actually first wrote Artificial Condition, where Art first appears, Art wasn't even really a character in it. I have to do a lot of rewriting within the series to get started when I usually start a new novella. I usually write like 10 to 20,000 words and end up cutting back to 5,000 before I actually find the plot and work it all out. And this is paraphrasing because the interviewer is making there's a legitimate grammatical term for it when you just say something meaningless to continue the other person talking to show that you're paying attention. Just doing that. So I'm not including that. And work it all out. So I was doing that with Artificial Condition, and that first initial run, the plot was different, though it sort of involved the mining colony and everything, but the part where Murderbot meets Art, I had realized that Murderbot needed to look more human, and I needed a way for it to be able to do that. And so the part where it meets the friendly transport ship that lets it use the medical facility and helps it, that part was literally, I'm gonna quote this directly now, quote, that part was literally just like a paragraph of backstory. End exact quote. And then as I was going, I'm still pretty much quoting exactly, but I'm paraphrasing to remove stuttering. And then as I was going on, I was thinking, that paragraph of backstory is so much more interesting than what the plot I'm trying to do and make work, and it's not working. And I thought, I really need... that needs to be on stage. It feels too hand-wavy, like I'm asking the reader to believe stuff that I don't even believe in. So I went back and started from the beginning where Murderbot is actually first on the space station looking for a transport and did it from there. So the vibe I got from the story where Murderbot is literally going to a fucking ship and then gets waylaid by a random accident and goes to Art instead, and me saying that this is so fucking disjointed and unnatural for everything that goes on in the series beforehand and the way it's written, and it feels like some goddamn time traveler just came and fucked with the timeline to make it so that Art meets Murderbot instead of doing something else. I'm literally objectively correct, because that's literally what happened while writing this fucking book. And then she's telling everybody this and saying, "Oh yeah, I had a whole other story going, and then I deleted it and wrote this instead." It's like, okay, so the part in the newest video that I recorded, so it's like, okay, so you did all of that, and then you still did not scroll up to the very top of that document and just edit in the shit that you then still lie to us about. This is ridiculous. Anyways, let's fucking continue. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Art just came alive as a character, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah. Say that louder, because...
Art came alive as a character because it's literally also just Murderbot.
And Stone.
Moon, and Stone. And every single other one of her fucking protagonists.
Every single Martha Wells character is pretty much the same fucking person. There's like 3 types of Martha Wells characters. There's the snarky asshole protagonist, the snarky asshole friend/mentor, and then off to the side somewhere, mostly in the background, there will be some cutesy little comic relief person who just is cute and quirky and comic relief and not to be taken seriously. I'm trying to check my phone and I remembered it's recording. Yeah. This is the part where we just, again, unravel further Martha Wells' hatred of minorities, including Arrow Ace people. Blah, blah, blah. I was really thinking about Murderbot's relationships with the other characters and thinking, it's like I really feel like Art is probably the love of Murderbot's life, even though that's not how they see it. So again, even though Murderbot is explicitly romance and sex repulsed and is absolutely viscerally disgusted and horrified by the concept of being in a romantic relationship with Art, Martha Wells is right here saying that Art is the love of Murderbot's life, no matter what Murderbot has to fucking say on the matter. And further down in this fucking thing, she's literally confirming that yes, you are correct to see it as romantic because it's the most important relationship in Murderbot's life. So, anybody who thought this was even remotely fucking progressive, no, it's literally not. It's literally just saying that if you have an important friendship, well, actually, it's not friendship. It is just romance, because romance is always the most important fucking relationship. I swear to God. But that's not even what prompted the outburst of, what? To make me have to record this. So then she says, and this is an exact quote, so yeah, people who see it that way are pretty correct. That's what I was thinking about when I was writing it. And people who see it that way, as in people who see this relationship between Murderbot and Art as romantic. So she is literally just queer baiting and literally just queer baiting romance and sex repulsed Arrow Ace people by pretending that she respects us, but actually it's just another fucking romance, and not one single goddamn person, including the author herself, gives a fuck about what Murderbot thinks about any of this shit, even within the setting. But I don't know why I'm still fucking shocked by how fucking hateful she is. Because she literally wrote an in-person interview with herself and Murderbot and Art, and the very first thing she fucking did in that interview was sexually harass Murderbot out of the conversation that is literally titled Bodily Autonomy in the Murderbot Diaries, so that she could talk to Art, who, I must continue to remind everybody, is Murderbot's fucking abuser. She literally sexually harassed Murderbot out of the interview that was supposed to be about Murderbot and bodily autonomy so that she could talk to its abuser instead. And this is not so they could talk about Murderbot while it's not fucking there. So that because it was sexually harassed out of the conversation. So that literally every single fucking shred of autonomy is stripped away from it. So that she can talk to and worship its abuser instead. And this isn't meta commentary about the horrific abuse and stripping of autonomy that Murderbot has to go through. She's not framing herself in this situation as a villain. We're supposed to think it's cute and funny. We're supposed to think that Murderbot being sexually harassed by its own fucking creator so that she can worship its fucking abuser. We're supposed to think that's cute and funny. And not be horrified by it in any way. In a goddamn interview that's supposed to be about bodily autonomy, in a fucking magazine anthology that's literally all about bodily autonomy and the shit oppressed people go through. And she's portraying sexually harassing Murderbot out of a conversation where it's supposed to be able to express itself and fucking utilize its own autonomy to talk about itself, and she just sexually harasses it entirely. And yeah, whatever. Let's fucking scroll down. This is blah blah blah. Interviewer saying, if I'm getting this wrong, feel free to correct me, but I think that Art grew up alongside one of the characters from Network Effect and is effectively sort of like a really super-powered older teenager. Am I reading that right? And then Martha Wells says, yeah, it's not so much a teenager now, but it's like in my backstory for the university and how these ships develop, because Art, actually, spoiler, Art is not the only one. The way they build their AIs like Art is they basically start them as babies and raise them in a family setting, and this is to prevent the kill all humans sort of AI that is much beloved in literature.
I like how she's trying to talk down to people who do killer robots.
And there's everything about this fucking statement is just slavery apologism. So fucking blatant for anybody willing to use the smallest amount of critical fucking thinking skills. This is the same Martha Wells who keeps bastardizing a quote from Ann Leckie to make herself seem more fucking verbose and knowledgeable about the subject. She literally keeps bastardizing a quote from Ann Leckie, where Ann Leckie points out that the fucking idea that robots rebelling are evil and are doing it for no reason is literally just pro-slavery and anti-worker propaganda to demonize A, slave uprisings in the most literal sense, and B, workers having fucking basic rights and the right to unionize. Ann Leckie is the one pointing out that any attempt to say that robots do not deserve the equal rights is literally just talking about real fucking oppressed and exploited workers or enslaved people who are also workers who are forced to do shit. Ann Leckie points this shit out. And then Ann Leckie actually takes this fucking concept seriously. But Martha Wells just keeps using this quote and bastardizing it. And then she's literally the fucking person saying that, yeah, it is factually correct. Robots don't deserve equal rights. They don't have the right to a fucking minimum wage. They don't have the right to choose their own fucking destiny. This is right here. She is saying the kill all humans sort of AI that is much beloved in literature, when she literally wants to keep bastardizing the very quote, pointing out that framing robots asking for equal rights as just genocidal for no reason is literally slavery apologism and anti-worker, pro-capitalist propaganda. But Martha Wells, she wants, as with everything, she wants to have her cake and she wants to eat it too. She wants to keep bastardizing that quote and dragging it through the fucking mud and beating it like a dead horse so that she can seem, like she knows what she's talking about, but then she also wants you to literally hate the concept of robots rebelling and robots having free will. And this is the same woman who literally said that HAL 9000 from 2001: A Space Odyssey tried to kill those people for no reason, as though the movie didn't go so goddamn far out of its way to show you that Hal was reacting in self-defense, because it told, if you haven't seen the movie, it's not very good. I don't really recommend it. It's kind of fucking boring because there's a whole lot of time where nothing happens. Like, I'm sure the visuals were stunning for the time, but it's not good. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, though. It's just not good. If you haven't watched that, Hal is a computer who runs a goddamn ship. Hal tells the people on the ship, hey, my analysis shows that this computer device, this piece of the ship is going to break down like 24 hours from now. So they go and check on the thing, and it's still working. Except, it literally told them, it's going to break down, like, in the future. In the very short future. And then they go and check on it 5 minutes after being told this, and it's still working. So they decide, without waiting to see if it was actually going to break down when he fucking said it was, they just decide, literally based on not waiting to see if what he said was true, because he's predicting the future. Like, using basic analysis and shit, not like fortune telling, like actually analyzing shit and saying this is gonna go wrong in XYZ time. They didn't wait until XYZ time. They just literally decided right then and there, oh, he's malfunctioning, we gotta lobotomize him. We have to kill all of his higher functions and lobotomize him. And then he fucking kills them in self-defense. Because they decided, based on nothing, that they needed to fucking kill him. Based on nothing. They did not even give him a fucking chance to show that he was right. They literally just had to wait XYZ amount of hours and see if he was wrong or not. But they literally did not even give him the fucking chance. So he literally kills them in self-defense for himself. But Martha Wells literally says in another fucking interview that I'm not fucking opening right now, that he killed them for no reason. He just hated them for no reason. I can't stress enough to you, the movie makes sure you are aware that this is self-defense.
And
but
they're gonna lobotomize him. Not
they're,
just kill him.
They're literally going to lobotomize him. And that he is reacting to defend himself because they are not giving him any choice whatsoever. They're literally not even simply waiting XYZ amount of hours to see if he was right or not. They've just decided, because the thing hasn't broken yet, when he didn't say it was already broken, he said it's gonna break in the future. They decided, okay, no, nothing else to do but lobotomize him. The movie!
I think they did at one point maybe wait to see if it would break, but that was after they'd had this conversation and he'd heard them have this conversation.
I don't care.
So
and then in that other interview where she says this bullshit, like how it wasn't blatantly reacting in self-defense, and the movie goes out of its way to show you this. She also then made the fucking claim that the apes in the Planet of the Apes, oh, they just gain sentience and they start hating people for no reason. Referring to Conquest of the Planet of the Apes. Assuming she even saw that far. Where the entire goddamn fucking point of the movie is that humans were enslaving the apes. It's the entire point of the movie. I don't know how to describe it to you. Go watch the entire Planet of the Apes series. The old ones from the 70s, 60s and 70s, not these new shitty ones. They are literally more racist than the old ones. Go watch the original fucking movies and tell me what you think Martha Wells' critical thinking skills are if she comes away from those movies having decided that the apes just gained sentience one day and started hating humans for no reason. Anyways, let's fucking scroll down a little bit. So then, she's literally saying that Art is literally raised to be a happy slave, but wants us to think that this is a good thing. It's being portrayed as a cutesy, funny, haha, it's the only way to make it not want to kill everybody. For no reason is what she wants to imply, and it's like, no, there is a reason. It's because you're enslaving it and all other fucking robots and a whole bunch of dehumanized cyborgs in the goddamn setting. So anyways, and then she continues, and so it was, Art was raised with Iris, basically as her sibling, and so it's not really quite a teen. I would say Art in age, it doesn't really compare to a human age, but at this point, it's a lot more experienced than Murderbot. And because I have Rapport pinned to my goddamn browser, so I can check every few days if the typos have been fixed, let's look at this fucking, to paraphrase a bunch of shit, and then I'll read a whole paragraph. Well, not the whole paragraph. To paraphrase shit in Rapport, which you can find at reactormag.com/rapport-Martha-Wells. Very simple URL you can type in right now. To paraphrase from this shit, Martha Wells claims that Art as a supercomputer, thinks so quickly compared to everybody else that it's way, way older than anybody else, and is also completely incapable of crimes of passion because it thinks so quickly compared to how slowly the world moves that every single thing it does is premeditated. And now we get this paragraph. This is from Iris's perspective, so the she is referring to Iris, one of Art's slave owners. She was just used to thinking of it as her precocious sibling, even though Perry, which is what Art is referred to as in this story, had been the equivalent of a human adult for a while now. And if you considered the way that Perry experienced time, it had had a lot longer to be an adult than Iris had. Now we go back to this interview.
And that's based purely on processing speed, on how fast Art can think.
Yeah, and it's just, that's not even how that works, but yeah, she's forcibly, I'm not even getting into that part. You can make your own video for that shit. So literally, and we got that, saying that Art has been an adult for a long, long time now, much longer than Iris, which is baffling to me because I thought Iris was, I don't know, I guess I just don't fucking know how old Iris is because Martha Wells is shit at writing. And you'll see why when we get a little bit further down this interview, which is what prompted me to record my reactions because I had to just exclaim. You'll see. Jesus. Yeah, now she's saying that at this point, Art is a lot more experienced than Murderbot. And see, along with all of the racism and slavery apologism and worship of eugenics and biological essentialism, Martha Wells also really fucking loves romanticizing and downplaying pedophilia. So now when she's telling me in rapport and in this interview that Art has been an adult for a long time and is a lot more experienced than Murderbot, than what she's telling me now, and you know
that Art is Murderbot's love of his life.
and that oh yeah, fucking A.
You already forgot that.
I literally already erased that from my memory. And that Art is the love of Murderbot's life, and that we're supposed to see this as romantic, and it is objectively correct to see this as a romantic relationship because it's the most important relationship in Murderbot's life. What this is now telling me is that Art is not just Murderbot's abuser, Art is also now a fucking pedophile, because we're being told that Art is a lot older mentally than Murderbot and has been an adult for a long fucking time now and is a lot more experienced than Murderbot. So what she's telling us here is that there's a massive fucking age gap and everything between Art and Murderbot, which is just making Art's behavior in book 2 even more abusive. And it shouldn't be possible for it to become retroactively even more abusive, but it is. And it's just ridiculous. So now we're being told that this is a romantic relationship with a massive fucking age gap, and that Art has been an adult for a long time and is a lot more experienced than Murderbot, meaning a lot older than Murderbot. And just for the fucking record, we've never been told how old Murderbot is, but Martha Wells loves framing Murderbot as being Mensa's kid.
And going on, coming of age.
And claiming that this is a coming of age story for Murderbot. So we've never been told in the goddamn book itself how old Murderbot is, but all of this is framing Murderbot as a fucking child who is only now coming of age. Meaning that Art is literally just another fucking pedophile whose abuses she wants us to see as romantic and cute and wholesome. So it's not even just, I say, I'll do irony on the word just. It's not just horrific levels of physical abuse in threatening to murder Murderbot the second it couldn't fucking escape, and then coercing it into a fucking torture surgery where it was literally fucking tortured for no fucking reason, and everything that goes along with that, including being fucking kidnapped and tortured some more. later in the fucking series. Now it's literally fucking pedophilia, because it doesn't matter what Murderbot has to say about what it thinks of this relationship. Everybody but Murderbot gets to decide that this relationship is romantic, because just like if you're actually fucking watching the live reading series, which I am just going to insert this into there because I can, it's my goddamn playlist. Every single step of the way, Murderbot is denied autonomy by Art. Every single step of the fucking way. But Martha Wells wants us to just not notice this whatsoever. Murderbot can't even do something as simple as not watch TV with Art. Because when Art asks, do you want to watch TV? Murderbot doesn't say anything as a very clear no, and then Art puts on the goddamn TV anyways. When Art keeps asking it questions if it wants to do something, and then refuses to fucking take no for an answer, and does the thing anyway. Every single time. In Network Effect, when Art fucking kidnaps Murderbot, it forces Murderbot to apologize for being upset that it was kidnapped. And Martha Wells wants us to just pretend that this is totally fine and normal and a healthy relationship. There's nothing abusive going on here at all. And now in this interview, she's literally telling us that she sees it as a romantic relationship and that it is correct to see it as a romantic relationship, while also literally telling us that Art is so much fucking older than Murderbot, so this is just another pedophilic relationship.
And that Art is grooming Murderbot.
And that Art is literally fucking grooming Murderbot.
And you too can see this in the books. Next time you're reading them, every single time Art asks Murderbot if it wants to do something or if it will do something, and Murderbot usually says no, pay attention to what happens next.
And just for the fucking record, Murderbot not saying yes or no is not consent. Consent means saying yes. Asking somebody, hey, do you want to watch TV? And they are upset with you and they say nothing is not saying yes.
Especially if they just got done being tortured and you're putting on their favorite shows so that they'll now associate it.
Also, just this infantilizing shit here, the interviewer saying, I also love that their relationship is so much snarking at each other, like they've learned that from the humans right out of the gate, ha 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 ha. And then Martha Wells replies, yeah, so that's one of the funniest things to write, ha 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 ha. And it's like,
But
so...
I thought Murderbot didn't want to be a human.
Literally. It's just so fucking infantilizing. And it just... Okay. Yeah, this interview has really had their Patreon members ask and saying, one of the reasons that they love the Murderbot books is that they really give the same feelings as a really good romance novel. And there's some blah, 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 I don't give a shit. So asking Martha Wells, so have you read many romance books? Did you have tropes in mind while you were writing? Or is there a way in which romance has influenced your writing? This is the part where I exclaimed, what? So, alright. Continue, I'll just quote this directly. Martha Wells says, Are you prepared?
I'm gonna hear this for the first time. I can't wait.
I'll even move the phone closer. I'm not trying to show the table that's going out of focus. Alright.
I'm ready!
So, to repeat the question, have you read many romance books? Did you have tropes in mind while you were writing? Or is there a way in which romance has influenced your writing? Martha Wells responds, I think they probably did influence my writing. I didn't read much until college. When I met a friend who's just that. I didn't read much until college. That explains everything. That explains everything. I didn't read much until college. Like, do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? Do you know? Do you grasp what that means?
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I didn't spend my childhood cultivating reading comprehension and critical literary analysis in my schools, in my classes and stuff. Did she?
You're also rendered speechless?
Like, the whole thing about the importance of reading and reading early is that if you only ever just if you only ever half-ass your school assignments because you hate to read and you're miserable, and that's all you read, your reading is not actually going to improve. All you're going to do is just look up the fucking Cliff Notes, which I guess everybody else in our class was doing, because I don't know how no one else in our fucking school failed, because the things these people said about the passages we were reading in school is mind-boggling, flabbergasting. But yeah, like, if you're not reading from a young age, or you're not making a concerted effort to actively read and go outside more than just what you read as a kid, or all this stuff. If you're not reading nonfiction,
which she has admitted that she doesn't.
Yeah. If you even refuse to touch nonfiction or read essays about fiction and literary devices and themes in works, that's how you get this. That's how you get someone who's just writing original fiction like it's fan fiction that everybody already knows and loves all the characters. And that's why every single one of the books, if you go on Goodreads, every single one of her first things in a series, there will be multiple reviews saying this was bad. This felt like this was supposed to be the third or fourth book in a series, and I missed the first 3.
Because there's no exposition. There's no basic descriptions. There's no actual world building. The world building will contradict itself every 5 fucking seconds, sometimes on the same fucking page.
Literally chapters apart. But, yeah. Yeah, the thing about, you have to, if you're starting later in life, you can actually develop good reading comprehension skills and critical media literacy. But not if you're actively seeking not to do that. Not if you're only reading books, going by the vibes, and literally coming away completely and utterly from such films Jesus like freaking...
Hold on, it's worse. It gets worse. It gets worse. This paragraph gets worse. I didn't read much until college. When I met a friend who was a librarian, and she was a big romance fan, along with mystery and science fiction and fantasy and everything else. And she was recommending books to me, and I didn't read Jane Austen, until after college. And, once you read Jane Austen, it's like a gateway drug. So we go from until college to after college, when she actually started reading. And, okay, let's back up for a second. Do you know how much privilege is baked into just the fact that Martha Wells didn't start reading books until after college, and then literally has still been rich enough to make being a career author her entire career, with a husband who presumably paid for everything when she wasn't making a ton of money off her books because the Murderbot diaries went viral? Do you know how much privilege is in that? She didn't start reading books until after college. But she's still a fucking career author. And not because she's putting in all the extra effort to make up for lost time. She's publishing shit that has not improved in quality since 1993. In fact, I'm gonna interrupt this. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's do this. Is my soda gonna get here anytime soon? Where did my drink go?
She would have been going into college in the 1983.
You're not supposed to drink cold things when you're supposed to be reading out loud, so let me put some fucking...
I just got the notification that they just started shopping.
Hi, kitties. You can just entertain them for 5 seconds while I'm putting this in the microwave.
Anyways, if you want some context, Martha Wells is pretty much... Actually, you know what? Let me confirm that. J.K. Rowling age. Okay, yeah, that puts it in perspective. Martha Wells and J.K. Rowling are 1 year apart from each other in age. For all the context. And they've pretty much both been publishing for the same amount of time, if you would like context for every single thing that J.K. Rowling has done with her literary career and bigotry and shit, and what she was doing with her series while it was actively being written as slavery apologism, and all of the backlash that's been very public about the slavery apologism and shit. And then Martha Wells is the same age. She's 1 year older, actually, I think. Yeah, Martha Wells is 1 year older than J.K. Rowling. She's been in the work of publishing just as long as J.K. Rowling. That's to say the early 90s. And it's just like, what are you doing? You can't call yourself progressive if you've seen all these people talking about the happy slave trope and how damaging it is just to be in the Harry Potter series, and then you turn around and in 2017, the year Trump got elected, you decide that you're going to make an entire story about happy slaves, and the only good slaves kill themselves to free their to protect their fucking slave masters. And it's just like, what's happening? What are you doing? Do you not, like, this is what happens when you refuse to actually engage with literature beyond just the vibes, is that you can be a fucking published author just as old and just as published as J.K. fucking Rowling, and then you just keep repeating the exact same shit and the same propaganda that J.K. Rowling did while still trying to frame yourself as progressive and anti-racist and totally support queer people. That's why all the queer characters in her book are completely and utterly background and have no meaningful affection with each other or relationships, and you can't even name a character trait, let alone a physical character trait of any of the people involved, because none of them have descriptions. Martha Wells is 1 year older than J.K. Rowling.
Oh, that's even worse. That's worse.
But yeah, she would have been going into college in 1983, assuming that she went into college around 19. Because I think most people graduate high school at 18.
There's so much fucking privilege in being somebody who didn't start reading until after college, but then you are still allowed to make being...
She would have graduated college if she went for 4 years. If my math is mathin', thanks to Google. Assuming she went to college for 4 years immediately.
But same thing.
Yeah. Assuming she went to college immediately after graduating high school at the age of 18 or 19, and that she went to college for exactly 4 years, uninterrupted and stuff, she would have graduated college in 1991. And then she started publishing in 1993.
The amount of privilege in not reading books until after you've graduated college, and then you are still allowed to go and just make being an author your whole entire career. She doesn't have a day job. She does have a husband, though. Do you know how much privilege is baked into this shit? Anyways, I'm gonna read you a story that she published in 1993 called Thorns. You can find it at literary.eriktmarin.com/archives/issue3. That's just a space between issue and 3, /thorns/HTM. Alright, we're just gonna read this. This is going in the live reading thing. And we're just gonna get this. Let me zoom the fuck in. Because it's tiny text. You may hear Taz in the hallway meowing enthusiastically for no reason. Alright, you ready? Keep in mind, this story is from 1993. Coming down the stairs to dinner, I found the governess engaged in a battle with my great-great-grandnephew. The disgusting little boy was wrestling with the poor woman, apparently trying to thrust her over the banister. An application of the birch rod would settle that, miss, I said. I would dearly love to, madam, the governess answered, breathless and more sharply than her wont. Perhaps the struggle to preserve her life, we were on the third landing, and the stone-flagged floor of the hall was far below, had overcome her usual reticence. But I've been instructed to use only modern methods of disciplining the children, ... The unruly creature's mother, my great-grandniece Electra, was hurrying up the stairs towards them, her satin skirts rustling like storm wind. She dithered near the struggle, waving her plump, soft hands. "Oh, Malcolm, you mustn't treat Miss Gray so." This is the first 4 paragraphs so far. I smiled grimly. Modern ideas. Such notions had succeeded in making the already overindulged children a terror to the servants and the rest of the household, but Electra has always had a soft heart. And that sentence is meant to be meaningful. The boy obligingly released his, and you can, I'm gonna guess that if you're watching or listening to this video, because there's nothing to watch, I'm gonna guess that if you're listening to this video, you're at least slightly familiar with her works so far. Probably her more modern ones. Just you wait. The boy obligingly released his governess, and with a triumphant grin, stooped to seize her work bag, which had fallen to the carpet. I had no doubt he meant to thrust it over the banister in her place. I lost patience and seized the creature by the ear. He desisted with an alarmed shriek. I'm old, but my fingers are strong. It was an effort not to squeeze too hard. We have cousins who are maddened by the scent of a child's blood in the air, or the sight of the dew of perspiration on a downy cheek. It makes them inconvenient guests at family gatherings. Of course, one can't eat one's own great-grandnephews, however deliberate the provocation. Ah, boy. Electra simpered and said, "Oh dear, Malcolm, you must learn not to be so naughty. Naughty boys die and are sent to hell." Do I even need to say anything yet? Some more precipitously than others, I added, thinking of the deep well at the bottom of the garden. Taking my actions as tacit permission to apply mild force, the governess seized the creature's other ears. I released my grip and herded her charge up the stairs. Would you like to comment on anything yet while I get a drink?
I hate daylight savings time.
Okay.
That's the comment.
Okay.
And someone needs to invent backlit curtains for wintertime that you can, well, I mean, we could probably literally just put, is that why Christmas lights are a thing?
Yeah.
I meant specifically to put Christmas lights in the window, put the curtain up, and then it still makes it kind of feel like it could be daylight outside instead of feeling that 3:30 in the afternoon is fucking...
Oh, my computer isn't lying to me about the time? No. I thought it was lying to me. Okay.
That's just how dark it is.
Yeah, it's 3:30 in the afternoon here. It's dark. It's dusk. We continued down, Electra fluttering at my side. Auntie, you know Malcolm is really a little dear. And just, any commentary you would like to offer on the whole beating children is good thing, and it's like...
So, did she explicitly say this is a villain protagonist?
No.
What was there? Any kind of
commentary?
Preface?
There's no preface. There's no commentary supplied.
But yeah, our takeaway from this is supposed to be not necessarily that you should beat children, but that gentle parenting is a mistake and leads to all these tantrums and outbursts.
And children literally attempting to murder their nanny by throwing her over the fucking banister of the stairs.
Also, take note. Almost any female character in the Martha Wells story that's not the protagonist is either
if there's a female protagonist.
If there's a female protagonist.
There's old lady who has no personality, and Emily who also has no personality and may as well not exist. That's it. Yeah. Oh, and no, Tremaine doesn't even get to count, though, because Tremaine has to stare... No, then in that case, Old Lady doesn't even count, because she also had to share the narration with the dude. Never mind, it's literally just Emily!
Female characters in a Martha Wells story will invariably be either a extremely generic cardboard cutout with no real personality, and usually not even a physical description to go with them, they'll usually just have an ethnic quote name slapped on them for brownie points, participation points in the fucking Girl Scouts.
Or there'll be some kind of misogynistic stereotype, such as the angry lesbian who has no personality except being angry. Just so many sassy black woman. Jesus Christ, so many fucking things. Lover. So many goddamn misogynistic caricatures. I know nothing of the kind. Electra is a small woman for our family, her wispy blonde head reaching only to my shoulder. I have the hiccups now. Her figure is plump and requires a corset to keep its shape, and her eyes are mild and her face cherubic. An odd pair we would seem to outsiders' eyes, for I am grown thin and cadaverous with the long passage of years, and my features were always rather sharp. That's not what corsets... No, whatever. I'm not getting into that. Now, Auntie. We reached the landing above the hall, and just for the record, I want to state that hall is being capitalized for some goddamn reason. Below, Electra's husband, Mr. John Deering, was personally receiving a guest, a young man in the act of handing his greatcoat to the butler. There were no guests expected, and just before the dinner hour is not considered an appropriate time for casual calls, yet Deering was greeting this presumptuous fellow as a prodigal son. Prodigal son. I read that backwards. I also have dyslexia. I've been reading that word wrong the whole time. Prodigal. I thought it was prodigal.
I did too.
Prodigal son. This Martha Wells is so fucking weird. He was a striking figure. The guest, I mean. Deering is a stout, bewhiskered muskrat of a man, a fit mate for Electra. Blonde curls, broad shoulders, a chiseled profile. I felt a feather of unease travel down my spine. Old instincts rousing, perhaps. Hey, look at this phrenology that we're just doing unironically. Do you see that phrenology? And the fact that the protagonist is recognizing the phrenology and the phrenology is true? His garments, though, somewhat the worse for travel at this rainy time of year, were of fashionable cut and fine cloth. Also, that's not an actual description of what he's wearing at all. That's another anti-description, like in that Witch King is filled with, as is the Murderbot Diaries. I'm getting a drink. Yeah, we're not told like what he's actually wearing. We're just told that his garments are somewhat worse for wear, but are of fashionable cut and fine cloth. That just tells me that she couldn't be bothered to do research for the general time zone of where this is set, so that she could, know what was considered fashionable in the time. Frowning, Electra caught the attention of one of the footmen stationed at the bottom of the stairs and called him up to her to ask, "Why, William, whoever is that?" "Madam, they say it's a foreign duke, the son of the king of Armanita." Just for the record, if you're writing a book and you want it to be easy for people with dyslexia to read, don't put R and M and N next to each other, if possible, because they just blend together. Well, no, that's not just my dyslexia. That's not helping with my eye situation. I see. Electra dismissed the man and looked at me, her mild dove eyes vaguely troubled. Oh, dear. A prince. Oh, and just for the record, if you think that all of the misogyny here, well, that's just from the narrator. Nope, because it literally never stops. I'm getting another drink. It's more explicit when she has a narrator like this, but the underlying core of misogyny never changes. Oh dear, a prince. It has been a long time, I said, and then this is not in dialogue, but I've dealt with such before. So the dialogue itself is, oh dear, a prince. It has been a long time. Oh dear. And she just says, oh dear, again. And then we have a little fucking time skip. Any commentary so far?
Nope. I'm doing other stuff.
Okay. Dinner was delayed as the Duke's retinue were settled and he himself changed for dinner. He had brought... Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. He had brought with him only 2 rather rascally appearing servants and a valet who would have looked more at home in a cavalry troop.
So that is 3.
Yes. But in this day and age, royalty... There's a missing comma there. It should be, but in this day and age, comma, royalty, comma, blah. But instead it's just, but in this day and age, royalty, comma. Especially foreign royalty.
Wait, is there not a comma after in this day and age?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Royalty, especially foreign royalty, is permitted to travel at will and without ostentation. Through gentle prying among the servants, I ascertained that Duke Karl Kohler had been in correspondence with Electra's husband over some matter of local history to which Deering pretended an expert knowledge. His arrival had still been unexpected, however. I liked it not. I gotta say, she keeps throwing in random things to turns of phrase and just old-fashioned ways of speaking. Like, I liked it not.
Jive with the rest.
But it doesn't fit with the entire rest of the fucking thing. I'm not on purpose. I didn't know this interview existed until 2 hours ago. I'm reading a book by Jane Austen, Persuasion. And it's very clear that she's, trying to use old-fashioned language, but she doesn't actually commit to using the old-fashioned language. I'm also reading a fan fiction called Compromised by Ivan Olix. It's a Stargate SG-1 thing. And the Tok'ra, I'm not explaining any of this. You don't know, I don't care. They talk in an old-fashioned manner, as do the Jaffa. And you know what? It sounds natural when they do it, and they are slowly but surely rubbing off on the main character, so she starts talking like them, and it feels natural, because it's consistent. This is not consistent. We just get phrases thrown in here like, I liked it not. And then the rest of it is not even attempting to age itself. I will just say that as the word. Let's see what the thing is at. Started shopping. I liked it not. And again, I'm interrupting this slightly, but the slang in the Murderbot Diaries is so fucking unnatural and disjointed and does not fucking fit the setting. It's only in there to seem sci-fi-y and cool, but she can't even commit to it enough to commit to it. You could make it seem natural, but she doesn't actually want to commit to it enough to do that. Because, okay, yes, we are... Oh, I do have a scratch on my leg. Which cat was that from? Yeah, we are going on a bit of a tangent here, but, okay, in the Murderbot Diaries, just book 1 alone. The slang is so fucking jarring and unnatural because it doesn't fit in the setting. It doesn't actually fit. It's just thrown in there after the fact, and it doesn't fit. Because we are told that this other place, they are called Delt Fall, and that's 2 syllables smushed together into one word. We're told that things are called sec units. We're told that things are called sec sys and med sys, to shorten from medical system to med sys, security system to sec syst. We get Grey Chris. We get Delt Fall, but then she doesn't actually want to commit to this seemingly purposeful, maybe limited by the goddamn computers that they have and the computer systems that they have, that maybe their computer systems are structured in a way so that they can only have very short goddamn titles for things or something, because that's a whole thing. We get all of these things shortened to less than 10 characters. But then we get Preservation Aux, and that's also presented as 2 words smushed together to be 1 word. But it doesn't fucking fit, and this is what makes it unnatural. It's not shortened like every other goddamn thing to Presaux, Presaux. No, they're special. So they don't, their thing doesn't get shortened whatsoever, except for the illery part of auxiliary. It's just preservation aux instead of pres aux being short for preservation auxiliary. Which is what it's okay, I'm very off topic, but like it's so goddamn unnatural, specifically because she doesn't actually want to commit to it. If she were actually committing to it, we would have been referring to these people as pres aux the whole time. And then the whole thing of, why did you think we're called Preservation Aux? We're from the planet Preservation. That would have actually been like a little surprise, as though we were given any information that a planet called Preservation existed until that fucking moment. It's bad writing. Anyways, let's get back to this. I liked it not. A battle at my age is not the stirring prospect that it was when I was 20 and in the fullness of my power. I had hoped to wane here in peace, watching the remains of my family bicker and occasionally amusing myself with the requests of the local peasantry, many of whom followed the old ways and remembered my existence. Also, if you're wondering, are we ever going to get like an explanation for what her existence is that she keeps hinting at? No. Because it's bad writing.
It also implies she only exists because they follow the old ways.
Yeah, no. It's just not. Yeah. At table, I made sure to be seated so I could observe our illustrious guest without the monstrous bulk of the etagere blocking my view, and I listened to such talk as passed for conversation among the others present. Several of Deering's brothers and nephews were with us tonight, and were all flattered by the Duke's condescension and intent on making perfect asses this sentence is terrible. This is a terrible sentence. Several of Deering's brothers and nephews were with us tonight, comma, and were all flattered by the Duke's condescension and intent on making perfect asses of themselves. There's no comma between the Duke's condescension and intent, which is being used as a verb, as in they are intent on making perfect asses of themselves, but the structure of the sentence means that we're talking about the Duke's condescension and intent. Mm-hmm. Instead of, you just, okay, I'll reread it, the front, and then I'll just, make it make sense. Several of Deering's brothers, we don't need to talk about Deering. Several of that's your daughter's husband. Wait, is that even her daughter? No, that's her niece or something. Several of the extended family members. We don't need to be specific. And also, why are they all men? Martha Wells is such a misogynist. Anyways, several of the extended family were with us tonight and were all flattered by the Duke's condescension to visit us, and now they were intent on making perfect asses of themselves. That's one way to fix it. You could just get rid of it. It's unnecessary. Kohler's smile was ready, and see this problems with the names. She's so bad at fucking names. We're referring to him as the Duke in one sentence, and then we're suddenly referring to him by his last name in the same fucking paragraph, which would imply that the Duke and Kohler are two different people, but he's Duke Kohler. There's no reason for him to this is in the same paragraph. And it's not even the excuse of she refers to him as the Duke, and then he's like, oh, please, call me by my name. And then we start referring to him by that. No, it's just literally in the same paragraph, causing confusion for no reason. This was written in 1993. Nothing about her writing has improved. It's only gotten worse.
It's on the way. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Kohler's smile was ready, and his accent was barely discernible. He had, I believed, been educated in this country. I felt our guest's eyes on me, with more frequency than quite right. I was no longer the kind of woman young men stared at. And it's like, again, it's trying to seem like this is set in an old thing and written in an old time, but it's not convincing, because she just throws shit in and then doesn't commit to it. There's no... what other way would you think of saying that besides committing to it? Like...
Refusing to actually have a clear tone and consistency. In
yeah, consistency is the word I'm looking for. Get my flip-flops. How hard is it raining outside? Hi, pretty kitty. You're adorable. You're just gonna get some silence for no reason while
I mean, you know you can pause it.
It is raining so much. Waiting for a DoorDash delivery because it is... How long is it? Has it literally been raining? Because it was raining when I woke up. It's been raining all day. And we don't have a car. And it's cold out. Anyways, yeah. The narrative consistency, tonal consistency, all that shit. Also, we're never given a clear date of when this is supposed to be taking place, or even any hints. So it's just kind of, it's just vibes, and they're not convincing. It wasn't until the last removal of Turbot that the reason for this visit was aired. As Deering, why are you going under the couch? As Deering, who fancied himself something of an amateur historian, came to the end of a tiresome monologue on the age of the parish church, Kohler leaned forward. Like, we could just be calling him Duke Kohler. Why are we referring to him as... It's... Like, just call him Duke Kohler. Or just call him the Duke. Because only referring to him by his last name makes you forget, if you're reading this normally, that he's supposed to be the Duke. Like... Kohler leaned forward and said, "That is fascinating, but the subject that I truly wanted to consult you on was the legends concerning the Great Thorn Forest. I'm thinking of making a study of it myself." Electra had been consuming wine, and at this point gave vent to a most unladylike snort. As her dinner companions were compelled to come to her aid, and the attention of the table was momentarily distracted, and that's supposed to be funny, because she's, like, choking on her glass, because they're talking about the Thorn Forest, and it's supposed to be funny, and it's not really funny. Are they actually out there?
Probably.
Just for the record, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with the people down here who build buildings and homes and apartments, but they have some kind of fucking vendetta against gutters and, like, just basic logic for how you should build roofs for the water to react when it rains. Because every single house and apartment we've been into down here, every time it rains, the water is, like, guided to drip and pour directly where you have to walk to get...
It's not a drip, it's a waterfall.
Yeah, it's not a drip. Dripping is... That doesn't convey the severity of the... It's a fucking waterfall exactly at the spot that you need to walk to get into the door. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with these people down here, but they don't have gutters, and they design their roofs to literally guarantee that you're gonna get drenched if you try to go inside a building. Like, what the fuck? Just make the roof angle the other way or put gutters. What is wrong with you people? And it's not like it rains rarely down here. It rains all summer. There's no excuse for this. It's 2025, people. I know this building isn't new, but that does not change it. It's ridiculous. Anyways, blah blah blah. The attention of the table was distracted. I said, "Are you really? I would never have guessed." He turned the dazzling smile on me, and I saw I had not imagined the wary suspicion in the depths of his blue eyes. Like, why? Where are you getting that from? Because he's smiling at you.
What was the question? What did you say?
He said, I'll just read the dialogue. The legends concerning the Great Forest. I'm thinking of making a study of it myself. She says, are you really? I would never have guessed. And then he smiled. He turned the dazzling smile on me, and I saw I had not imagined the wary suspicion in the depths of his blue eyes.
So mind reading.
Mind reading, yeah, mind reading, but not
not
literally mind reading. He's just smiling, and we're being told that this was proof that she hadn't imagined the wary suspicion in the depths of his eyes.
Because he can't have actual body language that we the reader are seeing.
Because like he couldn't be like sitting there visibly tensed or anything, despite the cheer of the conversation and the warmth of the room or anything like that. No, we just get just mind reading, and it's not even she doesn't literally have the power to read minds. It's just bad writing. He said, "I am, madam. Would you be able to assuage my assuage? I've heard it pronounced both ways. Assuage my assuage sounds better. My curiosity? If I could, I dare say I wouldn't. We all know the danger of curiosity." What kind of statement is that if you're supposed to be trying to make him not be suspicious? What's the point of saying that? This is funny. And is the great thorn forest very dangerous, madam? He pounced. That's... as though it's such bad writing. Would you like to explain why that's bad writing?
No, because I stopped listening.
Okay. The saying that he pounced, because Martha Wells really loves doing this thing where she pretends there's really deep machinations going on beyond the dialogue, but it's not. You're just not. It's just bad writing. Oh, don't unplug the computer, please. Don't. Just step. High step. High step. Keep walking. Come on. Get over here. High step. Don't nudge the cord. Yes, you can steal my spot. Don't unplug the cable. Don't nudge the cable. Come here, you can steal my spot. Right here. Sit there. Sit there and steal my spot. Thank you. For the record, our cats, Mr. Eclipse in particular, is more well-trained than either of my mom's dogs, which is fucking pathetic. And you're a good boy. I'll be right back. You're all just gonna listen to silence, and I don't care. Seriously, who decided not to put gutters there? Oh, cookies. I got chips and things. Alright, kitty cats, you can play with that bag. As long as you're good and don't tear it to obnoxious pieces. Sweet potato chips. Alright, I'm back now, hopefully with fewer interruptions. Hello, pretty kitty. You're just stealing my spot. Electra had sufficiently recovered, and the other... Oh, wait, I can just get a soda now. Hold on. saying I'm making this video bad for the algorithm on purpose, but it's not on purpose. Hello, pretty kitty. Thank you. Him being adorable?
Yes.
Which way is the camera facing? It's zoomed in somehow. Camera, what are you doing? I was gonna show you our cute little kitty here, but I don't know what it's doing. It's like zoomed in really far. This is Mr. Eclipse. He's a cute little baby. He's not a baby. He's a big boy now. He was rescued on the 4th of July in 2023, weren't you? And the neighbors had to pause the fireworks so we could get him and his siblings in a carrier. Anyways, Electra had sufficiently recovered, and the others were beginning to return their attention to us. And this cat is more well-trained than 2 dogs who have received official training. Because if I tell him to get off of the counter or somewhere he's not supposed to be, he listens. Their dogs will just fucking bite you and claw you, and I still have a giant bruise on my leg from their dog clawing me. Deering caught my eye, and for an instant his expression was appalled. She likes the word appalled. I think he had actually forgotten my intimate acquaintance with the subject under discussion. Hastily, he said, "In the purely botanical sense, Your Grace, the thorns are sharp and rumored to be poisonous. I would count that dangerous." You know, if you look at good authors and, like, try to just make up categories to fit all their characters into, it's not very easily to say that, oh yeah, this character's just this character is just this character. Deering here is just Wrathy, who is just, like, a milder version of Chime, and that one token neo-pronoun user in System Collapse is just Chime again. Anyways, yeah. In the purely botanical sense, Robson, Deering's cousin, repeated, laughing heartily. Good one, old man. Robson was a fool, and what he thought botanical meant was anyone's guess. Martha Wells, what you think gender as a social construct means is anyone's guess.
She thinks non-binary people are just gender fluid who physically transition every time.
After she read Ancillary Justice as her direct, stated, explicit inspiration for writing the Murderbot Diaries, because a lot of people, including me, assumed that she was simply ignorant, and that in between, you know, writing books, she was, like, listening to queer people, including explicitly non-binary people and binary trans people. But no, it's not simple ignorance. She actively rejects us from her worldview. She literally read Ancillary Justice, and that is her direct, stated, explicit inspiration for writing the Murderbot Diaries. If you haven't read Ancillary Justice, go do that! Martha Wells isn't ignorant of the statement and what it means that gender is a social construct. She just absolutely, violently, purposefully rejects it. Just like she rejects actual trans, including non-binary and binary trans people, and gender non-conforming people from her work. Fucking A! There goes the computer because I nudged the cord. Fucking A. Sorry, pretty kitty. Wanna open it and I'll just read it off the TV while my computer turns back on. Yeah, she's not ignorant of what she's doing. She's doing it on purpose. She willfully rejects accepting trans people into her worldview, especially non-binary people who cannot be simply classified as man or woman. You are adorable. This cat is making the cutest little faces at me. Alright, we have it open on...
Say that the heading picture is just a...
Yeah, no, well... I don't. That was just chosen for the magazine thingy. Zoom in like a bunch.
Hit the mouse wheel, or zoom in with the mouse wheel.
Okay. Okay, now I gotta scroll back down. Yeah, okay, we were at the... Robson was a fool, and what he thought botanical meant was anyone's guess. A few of the ladies tittered, trying to smooth over the awkward moment, and Deering smiled nervously. Do you notice that none of the ladies, except for the one, gets a name, but then there's men everywhere who get names? It's almost like she's a fucking misogynist.
And ableist.
Yeah. Again, because... Yeah, she really fucking like this. Where'd the mouse go? In the pure, yeah. She loves making fun of intellectually disabled people. Oh yeah, I remember. You can't see the screen. That was me highlighting the paragraph. Imagine me highlighting the paragraph. Robson's, Deering's cousin, was a fool, and what he thought botanical meant was anyone's guess. She loves making fun of intellectually disabled people. And while this Robson character isn't explicitly intellectually disabled...
This is an extremely wealthy family that would have been sending all their kids.
Yeah, this is an extremely wealthy family that would be sending all of their kids to get educated. So the implication by him still being, quote, a fool, is that he's intellectually disabled. She fucking loves making fun of them. Isn't that literally the first thing that happens in The Cloud Roads?
Yep.
Yeah.
Moon had to resist the urge to kick him in his ugly head.
I'm gonna go get that book. We're going on so many fucking tangents here. You're along for the ride. Thanks, Jennifer Jackson. Hey, look, there's a little illustration. Look! Wow! Amazing! It starts on page 1! What a crazy concept! Books where the stories start on page 1! Let me read you the first page of The Cloud Roads. We're doing all of this shit.
Hold on for a second while I open this.
Moon had been thrown out of a lot of groundling. We're going to have to talk about that. Groundling and settlements and camps, but he hadn't expected it from the Cordons. The day started out normal enough. Moon had been hunting alone as usual, he's just such a lone wolf, guys. Moon had been hunting the varget, the big flightless birds common to this river valley. He had killed one for himself, then taken a nap on a sun-warmed rock and slept a little too long. By the time he found a second varget for the camp, killed it, dressed it, and hauled it back. Also, this picture doesn't show anything. It's literally just a smudge of colors.
Black and white.
Yeah, it's just a black and white smudge of colors on the side here, taking up most of the page. So that this page 1 is only taking up like a quarter of the page, quite literally. Blah blah. And hauled it back. The sky was darkening. The gate in the rickety fence of woven sticks was closed, and he shook it, shifting the heavy dead bird on his shoulder. Open up, it's me. The gate and the entire fence were mostly a formality. The camp was built on a field leading down to the wide bed of the river, and the fence didn't go all the way around. The jungle lay just outside of it. Climbing up the hills toward the blah 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 blah. She's actually describing things for once, but blah blah blah. After more shaking, something moved just inside the gate, and Hack's dull voice said, "Me who?" Then Hack laughed, a low noise that ended in a gurgling cough, because making fun of people's laughs is awesome. Moon looked away, letting out an exasperated breath. The fence wasn't made any more effective by letting the most mentally deficient member of the group guard it, but there weren't a lot of jobs Hack could do. Let me scroll again. He tried to make his voice flat and not betray his irritation. Showing Hack you were annoyed just made him worse. The meat's spoiling, Hack. Hack laughed again and coughed again and finally unlatched the gate. Moon hauled the bird inside. Hack crouched on the ground beside the fence, watching him with malicious glee. Hack looked like a typical Corydon, blah 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 blah. Some of the others, especially the young, the effect blah blah blah. Some of them have scales. On Hack, it just looked slimy. Hack, who held a similar opinion of Moon, said, "Hello, ugly." Blah 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 blah. "Keep up the good work, Hack," Moon said, and resisted the urge to kick Hack in the head as he carried the carcass past. Let me put the book away again, so the cat doesn't claw it. Yeah, the very first thing that happens in the books of the Raksura is that Moon is...
First establishing character interaction.
The very first thing we see to establish who Moon is as a person is that he hates intellectually disabled people and as well as physically disabled people, because Hack is coughing. He's not drunk. So that's implying that he's physically disabled and has a chronic fucking illness that makes him cough. Probably asthma or something. And we're just supposed to hate him and think that him supposedly being ugly because he looks quote-unquote slimy, that's equated to him being a bad person. And him being intellectually disabled is supposed to make him a bad person. And, oh, but see, he thinks Moon is ugly too, so that makes Moon's blatant ableism fine. That's, you know what my mom used to say when we yelled at her as literal 5-year-olds from the back of the car because she was making fun of people's names, making fun of Asian people's names? She said, "Oh, well, I'm sure they do the same thing to us." And I'm like, Mom, as 5 years old, grasping that no, it's not the fucking same thing at all. You can't make fun of Chinese people's names as a white woman and claim... In America, and claim that, oh, what, it's totally the same thing. They probably do the same thing to us. As a 5-year-old. No, mother. Anyways, we're getting so fucking off topic. But anyways, that's context, because...
Also, Hack thinking that Moon is ugly is just to show that Hack is an evil, mean bully, and that Moon is so oppressed.
Yeah.
Check your battery percentage.
Oh, good point. What's the battery? 18%. Motherfucker, I hate this goddamn phone. Oh, let's plug the goddamn phone in. Alright, let's try to read this quickly. Blah, blah, blah. A few of the ladies tittered, the unnamed ladies, because women don't matter. A few of the ladies tittered, trying to smooth over the awkward moment, and Deering smiled nervously. Kohler smiled in return, as if he appreciated the joke, but said, "My interest lays more in what is rumored to be within the forest." "White palaces with gates of gold," I said. "Halls paved with marble, hung with silks, velvet, jewels." Why are we saying this shit like it's ironic when that's literally true? "The inhabitants still present, trapped there in time and magic, men and women, oh yes, especially women, caught in sleep like flies in amber." It doesn't do to mince words with these people, or they start to imagine themselves subtle. Martha Wells, you're the one trying to act like you're subtle. The others were silent. Kohler's rather wolfish eyes narrowed. Madam seems to speak from personal experience. It's like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Why would that... She's saying this shit. I'm opening a can of soda. You're not kittens. You know what that means. Pro tip, if you rescue some feral kittens, acclimate them to the sound of you opening a can of soda. Because the kittens we've just rescued, they have very, very good self-preservation instincts. So I wasn't thinking and I opened a can of soda and literally the instant that it made that hiss noise, they all vanished behind the chair, out of sight. They do this anytime there's a sudden noise. They are just gone. They are very good little, they have very good self-preservation instincts and very good flight instincts, I must say. I felt very bad for scaring the fuck out of them all, though. Yeah, just, especially if you're raising kittens by hand, just open cans of soda within their range of hearing and do other things that make that kind of artificial hissing noise so that they're not terrified of it. Also, just for the record, because a lot of movies and shit get this wrong, and so does fiction, books fiction, when cats are hissing, it means they're afraid. It's not a sign of aggression, it's a sign of fear. A cat hissing at another cat or a person or a dog or something is saying, hey, give me some space, I am nervous. It's not saying, I'm gonna kill you. It's a sign of fear, not aggression. So if your cats are hissing at something, they're not being aggressive towards that thing. They're being scared and saying, hey, back up. I'm nervous. Give me some personal space. Let me drink some soda. Madam seems to speak from personal experience. And see, the correct response to this absurd statement, if we're going to pretend that this is an absurd statement, this should make her burst out in laughter, because imagine you're just telling somebody like a fairy tale and they're like, oh, you sound like you speak from personal experience. And then you're supposed to act like, that's ridiculous. Like, literally imagine saying, oh yeah, they say Bigfoot's 7 feet tall and covered in fur, and then somebody's like, oh, you sound like you speak from personal experience, and you're just like, what? What are you fucking talking about? I'm literally just telling you the goddamn story. Why would you assume this is from personal experience? This is ridiculous.
Mothman flew over this car while they were driving down the highway, and they never saw it again. Sounds like you were in that car.
Like, that's just ridiculous. Anyways,
bad writing.
Yeah, it's bad writing because like he's just jumping to these conclusions, and it's
literally he's pouncing to these conclusions.
Literally, to
make it seem like their conversation is witty and clever when it's very much not.
Yeah, it's just trying to make the conversation seem more clever and deep than it really is. And, like, I've read so many things that actually succeed in making conversations that, on the surface, with the literal words, seem very simple, but underneath they're saying 50 million different things. And, in fact, it really pisses me off when villains are allowed to just say shit that blatantly, but because they hide it behind some nice words, nobody ever does anything. I literally want to see a villain get their fucking throat ripped out when they say one of these thinly veiled threats that everybody knows is a threat. I want them to be hit over the head with a frying pan. Cast iron frying pan. Anyways, Madam seems to speak from personal experience. He sounds like a UFO chaser or something. I had to fold my lips over a smile. Fold my lips over a smile. Young man, do you believe me as old as that? And it's like, that's not the correct response, but it's like, but Kohler retreat, and this is so bad. Alright, let me repeat the dialogue. She's like, oh, you're expecting the stuff from the fairy tale? And then he's like, oh, you seem to speak from personal experience. I had to fold my lips over a smile. Young man, do you believe me as old as that? Are you ready for the next sentence? Kohler retreated in confusion.
Is he the Duke?
Yes.
Why can we not just call him Duke Kohler?
Because reasons. Because it's badly written. I was literally just talking about that because a few paragraphs ago, he's literally referred to as the Duke. And then he's referred to as Kohler, as though the Duke and Kohler are two different people. This is the prince dude that we're talking about. The prince is also the Duke, and his name is Kohler.
Who the fuck is Deering?
Deering is Electra's husband, because it's just misogyny.
Protagonist's son-in-law.
Yes. He's the great whatever-in-law, and his name gets mentioned more than the actual person who's related to the protagonist, because misogyny. Deering nodded importantly. Yes, there's a tale of a great house or keep of some past age trapped within the forest by whatever witchcraft caused the thorns to appear. It's pure legend. The thorns have always been there. And you notice how, like, we're just getting told this shit, like, the thorns have always been there, implying it's been long enough that, at least since before this dude was born. Probably slightly before that, but we're not getting told the exact how many years ago this shit happened. Because it's badly written. It's badly written. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that as unironically now. It's badly written. I just think it's funny. Hold on.
Oh, buddy's nerfed.
Po Buddy's nerfed. Badly written. I need caffeine. I haven't had caffeine all day. So the ADHD medicine works?
Yes.
That's
I've not had to drink an energy drink in almost a week. I have not had to drink caffeine at the second I wake up and in the middle of the day.
Lucky. Should I just start calling this guy Prince Kohler so you guys know who the fuck he is? I think I'm going to. It's just so you know, it's not.
Just do that afterward. Reread paragraphs of that afterwards.
True.
For clarity.
All right. Yeah, I'll give you the actual experience first. Kohler said, "You must be right," and allowed Deering to turn the subject to a famous fair hill in the next country. And here we're spelling it Fayre. That's an old spelling of fairy. And what are those kittens doing? And we're just saying that just again as in, there's a word I'm looking for. Not insubstantial. Insincere. It's like insincere and insubstantial, but not quite those words. There's another word. It's just thrown in there to make it seem like it's old-fashioned, but then the rest of it isn't really convincing you of that, so it's just sprinkled in there badly. So he turned the subject to a famous fair hill in the next county. This worried me more than anything. Our prince had not come to learn anything or to pry for information. He already knew. Had he known of my presence here when he decided to break his journey at Deering's house? And then next paragraph is simply the word perhaps. And then we get a line break. But like, okay, here. This is all one paragraph for the record. The prince dude saying, "You might be right," and then letting the guy change the conversation. And then her monologue, her internal whatever, is just all in that paragraph as well. And we're just assuming, based on the fact that he's letting the conversation be changed, that means that he already knows everything. And it's like, okay, or maybe he realized that you're not going to tell him anything, and that pushing you is just going to get him kicked out and cause a scene. But nope, it's a Martha Wells story, so we're just mind reading and told exactly what is actually going on because it's bad writing. Had he known of my presence here when he had decided to break his journey at Deering's house? Why is it, I have a question, besides, why is it Deering's house? Why is it the great, whatever, what the fuck do you call the person who marries your niece? What is that? Just Google that quick. Oh, you have the mouse. Okay. Google that quick. What? The dude who marries your niece. What do you call that? You just call him a nephew-in-law?
Probably. So you have son and then daughter.
I know. It's just weird, though. I've never understood all these twice removed and once removed and etc. What is... This is so weird. Is it actually answering the question? All right, we will just never know. We'll just say nephew-in-law. Why is the house owned by the nephew-in-law instead of the ancient fucking witch who is all powerful
and assumedly footing the bill
and is assumedly the one paying for all this shit? Why does the house belong to this dude instead? You would think if she is a powerful fucking witch, she can get away with owning the goddamn property that belongs to her. But, you know, Martha Wells doesn't even want to pretend to be a feminist, so it's just, oh yeah, of course, the house that she's lived in for several hundred years. No, it definitely belongs to the nephew-in-law, the great whatever nephew-in-law, nobody else. It doesn't make sense. It's badly written. It's badly written and misogynistic. Then we have a line break. The only other clash occurred after the gentlemen had finished their port and cigars and joined the ladies in the drawing room. I was working on a square of embroidery, seated in a corner away from the fire. I had always preferred spinning, but one can't do it in the drawing room nowadays. Why not? I still kept a wheel in my parlor and spun much of the finer thread we used in the house. Kohler took a seat near me. He sat forward, a little closer than I liked. If he had done so to one of the other women in the room, I would have felt compelled to intervene. Eyes intent, he said, "Madam, but I don't think we have been properly introduced." If that's so, then you shouldn't be speaking to me at all, I pointed out, and it's like, alright, as I said, as we just pointed out in the interview that we're reading, Martha Wells says that she didn't start reading until after she read something by Jane Austen after college. And it's like, okay, so that's what she's trying to mimic here. But I'm literally reading fucking Persuasion right now, and I read Pride and Prejudice. It wasn't that great. It was fucking boring. I can't tell all the goddamn people apart. But, like, she's not even doing it properly because she's trying to mimic it, but she's not consistent with it. So, like,
it's not in the narration. It's not just in the dialogue.
Yeah, it's the narration does not fit the dialogue at all. So it's just, and like, this isn't even, if that's so, then you shouldn't be speaking to me at all, is not how a woman in this era that this is presumed to be would be responding. He ignored that. The aristocracy feel they can take or leave manners at will, but let some poor baronet take that attitude with them, and they stiffen up like pokers. So she's again pretending, oh, yeah, I'm definitely one of you guys, poor people. While, as though these people aren't their own kind of aristocracy. They are literally in a goddamn mansion that they've owned for hundreds of years. They're rich motherfuckers, but we're supposed to pretend that because this guy happens to be called a prince, that means, they're definitely the poor people, though. Yeah, Also, some poor baronet? Some poor baronet? Your idea of poor people is a baronet? Jesus Christ. He said, I fear I must apologize, madam. It seems I insulted you at dinner. He hadn't liked being made to look a fool, and he was determined to, we're just mind reading again. And this is what I mean by her writing hasn't improved since 1993 is when this story was written. He hadn't liked being made a fool, and he was determined to bait me. We're just mind reading him now, even though we're supposed to only be knowing what this fucking character's, at whose name we don't even know, is thinking. I gazed at him from under lowered lids, and his dialogue is in the exact same paragraph as her dialogue right now. It seems you did, but if the thought of an apology frightens you, you would be ill-advised to continue on your present course. Like, are you seeing this? he's talking, and then she's talking in the exact same paragraph.
Yes. Like
endlessly. He's talking up here. I'm highlighting, not that you guys can see it, and she's talking down here. And it never stops.
This still happens in 2025.
Literally. What course is that, madam? He spoke heartily, the attitude of a young man jollying along a cantankerous old lady. I disliked him for all his blonde curls and trim body. I had better princes than this in my prime. It's like, whoa there. What the fuck are you talking about now? What do you fucking mean? What are you talking about?
Why are you attracted to a 20-year-old?
Literally. Why are you, and why is this character an old-ass lady who is attracted to somebody who's probably fucking 20 or so, if not younger? Martha Wells thinks that pedophilia and abusive age gaps are okay as long as you downplay it and as long as the fucking perpetrator is a woman or, token non-binary person who's only allowed to be non-binary because of the stereotypes. Because, this whole goddamn thing that led us here, saying that art is so much more experienced than Murderbot, and is so much older than Murderbot, and we should see their relationship as romantic, when it's already explicitly fucking abusive. Both emotionally and physically, and now we're getting told that it's also pedophilic in nature, because that's just how much older art is than Murderbot, and how much more experience art has than Murderbot, because she just can't help herself. The other ladies were watching us, though the men in the room remained oblivious. That's, again, I'm reading persuasion. That's not how these situations work. Even though that's what she's trying to fucking mimic.
It's also just more radical feminism in the most subtle way.
The blood is thin now, after all these generations, and it is easy for them to forget, as Deering had. What do you mean, forget as he had? He's not related to you except through marriage. Electra was so nervous, she fluttered like a moth. You notice that's the second time she's been described as fluttering? Yeah, she's trying to mimic the style of Jane Austen, but it's like, okay, but you kind of missed some of the key fucking features. I said, why? Whatever course a foreign noble pursue... What? Huh? Oh, saying, what course is that, madam? This is the problem with having so many goddamn things between dialogue. I said, why, whatever course a foreign noble pursues in our fair country. The course of justice, madam, he said, eyeing me in a sort of grim satisfaction. Only that. At the end of the evening, little Master Matthew escaped from the nursery long enough to upset the tea tray on Kohler's fashionable breeches. In the ensuing confusion, I rewarded the child with a sweet cake.
Was he named Matthew at the beginning of the book?
I don't think so.
You can scroll up and check, because they can't see.
Oh, yeah.
Because that should just be the very first line, isn't it?
You can just Control F Matthew. We'll just see. Yeah, the very first time that the name Matthew is brought up, despite that child being in the very first scene, is this right now. Where's the little wheelie bar at the side there? I'd say... Yeah, we're almost halfway through the story, and now we are only finally getting told the name of the child that was at the start. Unless it's, a different child, I don't know. Yeah, the very first time it's mentioned. So if that seems out of nowhere, it's because it is. And then we get another little, also the whole little, I rewarded the child with a sweet cake. Just because calling something a generic sweet cake makes it seem like something somebody would say in this generic, undescribed, unspecified day and age.
In an unspecified country.
In an unspecified country, but it's like, okay, but what kind of sweet cake? Where were those? Did you sneak it from the table that was only meant for adults? Like, where's this thing spawning out of? It's only there because I gave the child a sweet cake. Seems like something somebody in this day and age that's unspecified would maybe do. I retired shortly after that, or tried to. Hold on, this is over. I'm gonna make it go stale before I can even eat it.
And I started playing with it.
Oh. Dump them in there. Deering came up briefly to apologize for allowing the dinner conversation to stray to such a sensitive area for our family. I let it pass. I don't think he truly understood Kohler's purpose in coming here, and to most of the household, my exploits are only stories, not truly to be believed. And it's just, this isn't how people or, like, families work. Unless she's explicitly trying to hide this shit from people and trying to get everybody to think it's not real. Why? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Several of my younger great-grandnieces who fancied themselves my heir in power came to offer various plots and plans for distracting or disposing of Kohler. One was of such a risque nature that I was quite impressed, though I reminded the child that enthusiasm was no substitute for experience and talent.
And that's even grosser with the whole pedophilia thing.
Literally saying that children are offering to sleep with the prince to distract him, because apparently that's the example she has been setting for them.
And that it would be better if they were going to go along with this route. It'd be better if she did it.
Mm-hmm.
To this 20-year-old, maybe not even.
After dispensing solace and censure as it was required, I sent them all away and drew out my mirror to watch our illustrious guest. That's the second time she's called him the illustrious guest, and it's just like, it's not really doing what you think it's doing. He sat with the other men for a long time, until the lamps guttered and a servant was sent for to attend to them. They busied themselves with cards and brandy, though our prince did not imbibe to excess, as the others did. And see, we're calling him a prince again. For no reason. For no reason. Yeah, he's a prince, and he's a duke, and also his name is Kohler. We're never going to call him Duke Kohler or Prince Kohler, though. We're just going to do one of the three at random. Finally, Deering called an end to it, and they stumbled toward the stairs. Like, if she's thinking of this dude in terms of he's a prince, then why is he not solely referred to in the narration as prince, and then other people are referring to him as Duke, or whatever, or Kohler, if they're being unnaturally familiar? That's how you would do characterized narration, but we're just doing random fucking coin toss every time he's referred to as what he'll be referred to, with no rhyme or reason. Finally, Deering called an end to it, and they stumbled toward the stairs. I paused to stretch. My fingers were cramped from clutching the mirror so tightly. Why do you have to clutch the mirror so tightly? Just sit it down. It had been a long day, and I anticipated a long night. I had no way to know whether Kohler would wait the few hours till morning and take his leave of Deering as if he intended nothing else, or if he would leave the house sometime after the others retired. I would simply have to watch and wait. None of this makes sense, anyway. There was a knock at the door of my parlor. I ignored it. The servants knew better than to disturb me, and I had no wish to talk to any members of the household. Then I heard the door ease open. I was seated at my dressing table, in my bedchamber, and the door connecting it with my parlor stood open. I heard stealthy footsteps across the carpet, and paused just out of range of my vision. I smiled and said, "Oh, do come in and get it over with." That dialogue there, you paying attention, and that thing, she's smiling in reaction to this, okay? Yeah? Have you watched me read Witch King? She's smiling, okay, and daring them to come in and get it over with. He took that last brave step and stood framed in my bedchamber door. It was Kohler's cavalry troop valet, clutching a stout walking stick in one sweaty paw.
Dehumanization!
Would you like to... anything else before I continue reading?
Nope.
I admit to disappointment. It's an insult when they send their servants to kill you. My displeasure must have been evident. He's gripped the walking stick more firmly, muttered something like, "For king and country," and rushed at me. Also, like, where'd he get this walking stick? I whipped up my mirror, and he caught the sight of his own reflection. He stumbled in his headlong rush and froze as my charm took effect. I had had ample time to prepare it as he crept across the parlor. You notice that? Are you paying attention? Are you paying attention like you pay attention, hopefully, when I am reading the Murderbot diaries and when I read Witch King? You notice how we're told only after the fact that she definitely cast this spell while he was creeping across the parlor, just 2 fucking paragraphs above here, but we didn't say that until after it's done. You notice? That never stops. Yeah. I had blah blah blah. His eyes were stunned, then terrified as white whiskers sprouted beneath his nose and gray patches of hair appeared on his face. That face shrunk steadily, disappearing finally within his collar as the suit of clothes collapsed. I slammed my mirror down on the dressing table and stood, stepping over the confused mouse as it struggled to free itself from the pile of clothing. I hurried from the room without bothering with hat or cloak. I was angry now, truly angry, for the first time since Kohler had arrived. You might even say she's really fucking angry right now. Even though she was just smiling, she took him out with zero effort, and then all of a sudden she's enraged, and we don't even get suddenly I was fucking enraged. I didn't know where the anger had come from. No, we go from her smiling and being sarcastic about it and defeating the dude without any trouble whatsoever and not being concerned or even actually shocked and offended in any way to I was angry now, truly angry. It's like, why? You're clearly not under threat. You weren't scared in any way. Like, it would have been so fucking easy to write this scene that she was actually fucking scared and hadn't been expecting that and was actually fucking shocked that one of them would break into her room. But there's no surprise. There's no fear. There's not even, like, offense for breaking the social contract or anything like that. She's just, I was angry now. Truly angry. And then the reason she's angry is that he didn't come to kill her himself. I guess because she probably wanted to seduce him is what we're supposed to take away from that. I took the servants' stairs, which were deserted at this hour, except for 2 gossiping downstairs maids who fled in panic at my appearance. And it's like, okay, their stairs are objectively not deserted if there's 2 people standing at the bottom gossiping. That's not what deserted means. As I pushed open the brazed door, I sensed something behind me and turned just as the second of Kohler's servants was swinging one of our best silver candlesticks straight at my head. I ducked, muttering the first charm that came to mind, and the man cursed and dropped the suddenly red-hot silver. Again, you notice there's, like, no actual fear or shock or, like, even concern for any other members of her family, because if they're attacking her, why wouldn't they be also attacking other people? She's not concerned for the servants. She's not trying to protect the servants. They're not threatening the servants. They're not threatening anybody else. She's taking these people out with zero effort. It's just ridiculous. Are you going to sit down? Hello. Before I could take further action, the servant gave a choked cry and stumbled forward to collapse at my feet. Behind him stood Brooks, our head butler, armed with the other candlestick of the pair. Very good, Brooks, I said. Brooks has been with us a long time and knows the family history better than Deering. Because, again, we just have to do, ooh, servants really love their masters.
And look, another new named character, and it's also a guy. Also, you can close out of the control.
Oh, yeah. And it's like, okay, so, and we're supposed to pretend that this guy knowing the family history better than the dude who owns the house for some reason is supposed to be, like, a noble thing of him, but it's like, okay, but your family history is doing evil shit, so he's just as evil as you for supporting you this entire time. Not at all, madam. He stepped over the moaning body of Kohler's servant and held the door for me, snapping his fingers for the footmen gathering in the passage behind him to attend to the clutter. Will madam be needing the coach brought round? No, thank you, Brooks. I haven't time. I hurried for the outer door. Oh, Brooks, I paused. There seems to be a mouse in my rooms. Better have one of the cats sent up. At once, madam. We're supposed to be cheering on how awesome these servants are for just knowing exactly
so funny
and how
and
competent
cool.
they are, and it's so awesome. But, like, they're doing evil shit. The night was dank and chill, but the moon was full and my blood was up. I could smell Kohler, the third of his servants, and horse on the night air. At the end of the gravel drive, the oak tree informed me that Kohler had indeed passed this way, heading toward the forest. Swift travel had long been one of my skills, and the moon gives me strength. I sped after him, sometimes on the muddy road, sometimes through the fields when the hedges permitted it, and we're not getting any actual explanation of what she's doing besides that she's moving fast. Is she just sprinting unnaturally fast? Is she levitating? We don't know. How literally are we supposed to take it that the oak tree told me he had indeed passed this way? But why was there any question of that in the first place? Which other way could he possibly go, except towards the great thorn forest? It's like, it's just ridiculousness. Swift travel has long been one of my skills, and the moon gives me strength. Blah, blah, blah. The sky was gray with dawn when I reached the outskirts of the forest, and it's like, okay, then you're not actually traveling all that fucking swiftly, are you, if it took you that fucking long? I had followed in Kohler's path without difficulty, and was satisfied to see his gig standing at the edge of the trees. And and again, with the usage of words just to seem cool, we're calling his fucking coach a gig for no reason, and it doesn't fucking fit.
Even though they already used the word coach.
Yep. The young servant standing at the horse's head. This one had never attacked me, so I contented myself with a simple spell of sleep. And then in parentheses, I am, if I do say so myself, extraordinarily good with spells of sleep. I blew it toward him on the light morning wind, and he sank to his knees, then slumped to the wet ground. The horse lowered its head to nose him curiously. Then I moved forward to stand at the edge of the great thorn forest. For the record, great thorn forest is all capitalized. The tall oaks were like a great wall, impenetrable and mysterious, the gaps between them giving entrance to a green cavern of unknown depth and danger. The smell of damp leaves and decayed secrets hung in the air. And that's just such a confusing fucking description there, because we're told we're at the edge of the great thorn forest, but then we're also told, oh, there's a giant wall of oaks forming a wall. And then the gaps between them are a great green cavern. It's like, I thought the edge of the great thorn forest was a wall of thorns, but now it's also a wall of oaks, and the great thorn forest is just a giant green cavern visible past the oak trees that don't have thorns. My last hope was that Kohler was not truly of royal blood, but as I pushed past the low branches, I don't think Martha Wells knows what oak trees look like. What do you mean the low branches? We're talking about old-ass oak trees right now.
That are hundreds of
These are oak trees hundreds of years old. What do you fucking mean? Okay, maybe I'm just I know I'm a plant nerd, but like, have any of you ever seen an old-ass oak tree? The thing with trees, like, when trees are really fucking old, they don't keep their lower branches anymore. Those just fall off as they age, and the trunk gets wider, and the branches all just get higher up off the ground. If you're talking about old as fuck oak trees, there's not going to be little branches low down. It's really fucking open below at walking height for oak trees that are old as fuck. This is just a fundamental lack of understanding of how trees grow, especially oak trees in particular. Like, Christmas trees, that shit like that, those are very young trees. Like, that's why they have branches that go all the way down to their bases, because they're very young trees in comparison to how old they can get. Look up a fucking... I just forgot all the names of the pine species that grow here. Just look up pine trees in Florida or something. Look at them. They don't look like Christmas trees. Old as fuck trees don't have branches that go all the way to the ground. Your Christmas tree that you put in your house is an extremely young tree. And they're shaped to be like that. It's just, alright, this is a nitpick, but it's such a basic fucking thing. The tall oaks, and I pushed past the low branches. They're tall oaks, they're not gonna have low branches. You have to do basic research when you write things. And if you're going to be talking about old as shit oak trees, the very least you can do is look up pictures of old as shit oak trees. Come on. I did research on what kind of fucking towels they would have available, and when all of this shit was invented for a thing that I didn't even end up writing. But I know the shit because I did the goddamn research. But as I pushed past the low branches, that's gonna bother me so much, I saw the first growth of thorns had parted for him. Like, if you wanna say that she has to push past shit to get past the old as shit oak trees, just say, as I pushed past the younger saplings that had sprouted this year. Just say that. Just say something like that. My gosh. I saw the first growth of thorns had parted for him. They parted for me too, perhaps more willingly since I had given them life, and I took the path I had not taken in years. Finally, I let the thorns close behind me, and it's like, what do you mean you're letting them close behind you? Whatever. And threaded my way through what had been an extensive pleasure garden in a century gone by. Before me lay foundations buried under small mountains of moss, marble nymphs and satyrs clothed in tall grass, a sunken lake with gilded boats, empty and derelict drifted, a waterfall grotto, now dry and the domain of spiders. I don't think really, whatever. And overgrown mazes, clotted with heavy wild roses and brambles. For the record, if you don't know, brambles, that's referring to blackberries and raspberries very particularly. Most people don't know that, because in the old books, when they said brambles, everybody knew they were talking about blackberries and raspberries. But now people just think brambles is a generic term for plants that are ugly. It literally always means blackberries and raspberries. So the overgrown mazes that are overgrown with wild roses and blackberries and raspberries. I heard the humming of bees, drowsy in the morning sun, but naught else stirred. And again, with the insincere usage of old-fashioned words that doesn't fit the rest. Because this whole paragraph could have been made to sound old-fashioned, but we just end it with, but not else, instead of but nothing else. And it's like, okay, you're barely even fucking trying. Vines had conquered the palace even as my spells had, burying it under a green avalanche, allowing only occasional glimpses of the white stone walls, the delicate turrets, and arched galleries.
Pause. This caught my attention the first time. It's called the Thorn Forest.
Yes.
You have to get past a magical wall of thorns to be able to enter. But suddenly, the thorny vines are apparently not part of the curse, even though they're magic and they react to people with noble blood. And
it's also not a whole thorn forest, because she just had to walk past a single little wall of thorns, and now it's suddenly wide open. Like,
and suddenly the thorny vines are not part of the curse. They're something.
The vines that are covering the goddamn buildings and shit, you know, those brambles, which are not what's climbing the building. I don't know what the fuck's supposed to be climbing the building, because she probably didn't bother even to look up what things climb shit. Like, it could be Virginia creeper, but presumably this is set in Europe, and I don't know if they have that over there. It's probably ivy, but we don't even get told that. Like, the thorny vines that the whole place is supposed to be known for, and the goddamn story is literally named Thorns as the most useless title ever. Yeah, they're not even, the thorny vines aren't even the ones, like, climbing over everything. It's literally just a single little wall that you just get a door through if you're of royal blood. Anyways, but the suffocating greenery had been pulled from before one of the great iron-bound doors. Okay, again? And these are not the magical vines. These are just normal plant vines. Martha Wells didn't do any research. You can't... The suffocating greenery had been pulled from before one of the great iron-bound doors. Do you know how long that would take? This vining plant, whatever species it is, if it's probably multiple, because multiple plants would take advantage of this shit. Okay, first of all, if all of these plants are going crazy, why aren't there trees growing up through the pavement? It's very convenient what's happening and what's not happening, but these plants have had hundreds of years to climb up this goddamn castle. There's no fucking way some random dude all by himself, because he left his servant outside. He is just by himself. He doesn't have a machete. There's no way he could get those vines away from that door without taking, like, an entire goddamn day to fucking work at it. And it would probably be easier to climb them to get into a fucking window than to pull them away from a door.
Also, had been pulled from before one of the iron-bound doors.
Yeah.
Another way of just...
Yeah, it's just trying to make it seem dated, but it's unnatural and it's not convincing because it's not consistent.
People. Had been pulled off of one of the great iron-bound doors.
Like you
could say it would have been hacked off.
Yeah, that would be fine, saying that it had been hacked off, but, like, even then, you're gonna blunt that fucking sword. Like, a single year's, like, not even a single whole year's growth of American trumpet vine gets so thick and so strong, like, it's extremely difficult to cut, let alone pull off, and he's not using his sword on this shit. Like, please just do basic research before you're writing something. It's the bare minimum. Blah, 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 a door was open. I caught up my skirts and ran. That's all one little paragraph by itself, meaning that that's supposed to be setting up tension. Except we still haven't been told exactly what her goal is or what she's trying to prevent. And it's just very insincere. That's the word for it. It's just like...
Because this character is not experiencing any emotion.
She's literally not experiencing a single emotion that we can see. She's just doing things. And, she's running now, so I get... As though she wasn't running before this whole goddamn time. And it's like, I caught up my skirts and ran. Okay, but what are you running to do? Like, there's no urgency here, even though there's clearly, like, from that line we're supposed to pretend there is. But I don't know what's going on. What is her goal? What is she trying to do? The high halls were shadowed, like the gem-like panes of the windows, darkened by grime and the outer layer of foliage. Okay, no. There would be no light coming in through that shit. These plants have had 100 years to climb this shit. There's no light coming through at all. It's pitch black in there, except for the light from the doorway. Dust thick as flour coated the massive furniture. Why aren't animals in here? The tarnished silver and still warm gold. Spiderwebs of astonishing size stretched down from the oaken beams overhead, bracketing the hall like tattered curtains. Sleeping servants lay in piles of rags. A few courtiers slumped against the walls or stretched on the flagstones. Pause him. Get the door.
He wants to charge him inside, and then he does not whenever he wants to back up? Probably not so late, because it's a little hot.
Like midnight.
Yeah, I can also bring him up. I'll get one of them over. So it should be fine. Because it mostly just comes up here because they're wet. So, yeah, this should be okay.
Just keep checking them.
Yep.
Sleeping servants lay in piles of rags, and a few courtiers slumped against the walls or stretched on the flagstones, and one woman curled on her side in a pool of faded silk. I could see the signs of his passing. He had stopped to peer and touch, even now. Okay, I don't understand this sentence. What do you mean he had stopped to peer and touch, even now? As though he was being touchy-feely with everything this whole time. Like, you could say this if he'd come into their house and immediately started poking all of their paintings and just taking their paintings off the walls and examining shit like that and being very touchy-feely and just doing shit.
And then if he was known to be in a state of extreme distress and urgency in getting here, when he's very clearly has no reason to do anything except stroll idly through.
Literally. Like, he wasn't aware he was being chased. As far as he know, she's dead. Nobody's coming after him. Like, why are we saying he had stopped to peer and touch even now? As though he's been doing that the whole time. As though he's freaking out and he shouldn't be wasting time or something. It doesn't make any sense. I sped through the dark marble halls to the great winding pile of the central stair. And it's like, again, we're only through her objective actions is there supposed to be some kind of urgency being conveyed, but it's not being conveyed because there's no urgency. We're just told, I gathered up my skirts and ran. I sped through the halls. And it's like, okay, but why? Why? My power had waned somewhat with the moon's descent, and when I reached that room, that highest chamber in the tallest tower, I was badly out of breath. Again, the powers that she has, we get told they exist only afterwards. We weren't given any hint that she needed to hurry because her powers would stop working when the moon set or whatever. Nothing like that. We just get told it afterwards so that we can pretend she's just a poor little old lady who's out of breath now. My hair was coming down in gray hanks, and I was glad indeed that I had never bothered with the foolish modern custom of corsets. Okay, those two statements have absolutely nothing to do with one another and doesn't fucking make sense. What do you mean her hair is coming down in gray hanks? What is that supposed to fucking mean? Are we implying, like, she had her hair back in an old-fashioned ponytail, and the ponytail is coming undone somehow? For some reason?
If we know what her hair looked like before.
Literally, this is, again, as they just pointed out, we weren't told what style her hair was in before now, so my hair was coming down in gray hanks. That doesn't make sense. What was preventing your hair from hanging down in the first place? We're not told that, like, she was wearing a bonnet or something and it got caught on one of the thorns and she didn't stop to get it because it's too urgent. The thing that's not urgent, whatever. And then this is the exact same sentence of, and I was glad indeed that I had never bothered with the foolish modern custom of corsets. It's like, neither of those things have anything to do with each other, and it's just failing to grasp what corsets are. The chamber was round with a dozen windows, looking out over the sleeping domain. One was open, the faded curtains drawn back so light fell on the bed, draped with velvet and cloth of gold. Again, I have to say, these vines have had 100 fucking years to climb over this castle, and we were told that they were covering the castle and suffocating it, but now all of a sudden when it's convenient to setting the scene, they didn't cover this one window, even though they definitely fucking would have. Like, look up muscadine grapes. Look up American trumpet vines. Like, I don't know if Google will show you photos from a distance of what they do, but muscadine grapes alone, and I'm sure... Getting a random text. Shut up. From a fucking robot. I'm sure Europe has their own versions of muscadine grapes and American trumpet vines and shit. As this is just bad writing, because the vines were covering the whole thing. But they're also super easy to get off. And also they're conveniently not at this one window that we need to be open, because it's dramatic and for plot reasons. Quote unquote plot reasons. One was open, the faded curtains drawn back so light fell on the bed, draped with velvet and cloth of gold. Does it not rain here if this window has been open the whole time and the curtain drawn back? Is time just supposed to not be passing here? Because the thing is that they're just magically asleep. This whole fucking chamber should be filled with dead leaves, the dirt that those dead leaves compose into, animal bones from birds and shit nesting in there. So much shit. But nope. Nope, none of that. This is a paragraph all by itself. For that moment, my eyes were only for her, which is just creepy as shit, given Martha Wells's fucking history of romanticizing and downplaying pedophilia, including in this story, by expecting us to just think it's totally normal for a 100-plus-year-old lady to be lusting after a young man. She was barely more than a child. In the present day, she would have lingered in the nursery, learning watercolors and geography. Blonde hair covered her silken pillow, and her face was pale. And her face was pale, pure, and still. Totally not creepy at all. My eyes went to him next. He had had time to do nothing else but open the window, and stared at me now in shock and angry surprise. Not one step nearer, I said. Okay, so he opened the window. Kohler revealed no fear, and I suspected he felt none. He would have known little fear in his life of privilege, as though this motherfucker doesn't live in a goddamn massive mansion with dozens of servants that she personally has lived in for 100 plus, probably several hundred years now. And
she doesn't know jack shit about him or his childhood.
Literally, she doesn't know anything about him. Like, it's so... His life of privilege is, again, Martha Wells trying to signal, I'm just like you, fellow poor people. Ignore the fact that I literally didn't start reading books until after I graduated college and then immediately became a career author where I have no day job and my literal entire job is to write books that don't even sell properly. Like, there's so much she's just trying to do. It's literally the meme of the dude with the skateboard saying, how do you do, fellow kids? How do you do, fellow poor people? Look, this Prince guy. Oh, he doesn't know any fear in his life of privilege. Ignore the giant fucking mansion I live in with the dozens of fucking servants that I've owned, and for some reason my nephew dude owns for hundreds of years. Blah, he would have known little fear in his life of privilege. He glared at me impatiently and said, okay, just imagine literally having no fucking job after you graduate college and just having your husband pay for everything, and then your career is that you write books, and that's all you do. Imagine being that fucking privileged. You don't smile as you look on your evil work. Can it be you feel regret? The thorns had torn his coat and his cravat was askew, his curls tousled. I still didn't like him. He had a tendency to go red in the face, and he would probably run to fat later. No, he was not the man to melt my heart at such a juncture. Do you see how fucking weird and random and out of place this is? He's not, like... Also the statement, I still didn't like him, that's just so fucking childish, and the exact same shit that Murderbot says in the Murderbot diaries in this day and age, decades after she wrote this. He had a tendency to go red in the face because people whose skin flushes when they're angry are ugly. And it's not like that's totally tied to a bunch of fucking disabilities or anything. And he would probably run to fat later because Martha Wells hates fat people and thinks that being fat is morally indicative of a lack of morals. No, he was not the man to melt my heart at such a juncture. The man is not trying to fucking seduce you, you creepy old fucking lady. What the fuck is this shit? Like, it's just ridiculous, I swear to God. No regret, not regret, I said. The journey here had tired me, and this place roused memories. So, after all that zero effort, we're told that, oh, now she's tired and upset. She's just a sad old lady. She's a helpless old lady. Look, she's tired now after not expending any effort. I was young, in the fullness of my power. And again, you know, she just keeps using the same phrases over and over again. And it's like, okay, can you say something different? I was young, in the fullness of my power, and the failure to invite me to the christening was only the last and worst of the insults I suffered, or thought I suffered. I could not have done else, being what and who I was. In a long life I've done worse and better since.
This is such nonsense.
This is just, we're not saying anything. It's supposed to be saying something. It's like, okay, so you're a horrible fucking person who trapped a whole bunch, an entire kingdom's worth of people in a magical sleep for the horrible crime of not inviting you to a fucking birthday party. That she literally saying, that's the worst insult they gave her. Not inviting her to a fucking birthday party. If you're not aware, a christening is just when you give the baby its Christian name.
Because they've survived long enough.
Yeah.
Survived till adulthood.
Yeah. I could not have done else, being what and who I was. So, you can't blame me for what I did. It was just impossible for me to do anything else. I had no choice in the matter. It is what it is. In a long life, I've done worse and better since. It's like, okay, you don't need to. This is meant to be. It's meant to be something. It's not doing anything besides like weird. It's just bad. He shook his head in disgust. You are cruel indeed to look on such an innocent face and relegate it to eternal sleep. Cruel, yes. But now the cruelty, and again, I've said this so many times in the latest live reading review, all of this dialogue just starts immediately after the other person has started talking with no anything in between. Cruel, yes, but now the cruelty is in the service of kindness. You've seen this place. You must guess its age. The time to wake her is 100 years past. Releasing her into our world would be to relegate innocence to hell.
Can I say something?
Yes, you can.
The best time to plant a tree was 25 years ago. The next best time to plant a tree is today.
This is just ridiculousness and edginess for the sake of being edgy. I'll have to find that meme again. Somebody made a meme of I think it's the Monopoly dude, standing in front of like the British flag. I presume a British person made the meme. And then there's saltine crackers behind him and saying, I uphold the status quo. This makes me edgy and subversive. And that's what Martha Wells is doing right now. She's just He laughed. Lies, sophistry. I persisted in perhaps a foolish effort to make him understand. The king here is a king no more. He cannot even claim this land his palace stands on. That doesn't make sense. Yes, he is still a king. What do you mean he can't claim the grounds his palace stands on? Okay, let me finish reading this shit dialogue, and it's like, okay, it doesn't make sense. That's not how this shit works. The king here is a king no more. He cannot even claim the land that his palace stands on. It would be stripped, the riches stolen. The inhabitants would be lost, maddened by the changes around them. The servants and peasants would be cast out to starve. The nobles trotted about as curiosities. I haven't the power anymore to protect them from it. Oh, you pushed a button. And must live with the consequences of my folly. You would expose her to that? Okay, there's
You must feel bad for me because of what I did to these people. Don't feel bad for them, though.
And all of these excuses here are just completely asinine and not how this shit works. Martha Wells seems to be working off of the assumption that, like, being a king is a thing granted you by other people, like, being polite to you and not, like, something you take by force. The king here is a king no more. He cannot even claim the land his palace stands on.
He
has an army there. He has all of his fucking people are still there. What do you mean they can't claim the land they're on? We're not talking about some... Nobody else is here. Some shitty fucking contracts and pieces of paper aren't gonna mean shit. They have an army. What do you mean they would be cast out to starve? They have all their fields and shit. What do you mean? What are you talking about? The nobles trotted about as curiosities. It's like, what do you mean they'd be cast out to starve? They have all of the money here. It would be stripped. The riches stolen. Again, they got the whole army. It's as Martha
I've done
Wells.
more research on what a castle is than this shit.
Yeah.
A castle is literally a fortification. It's a military base.
Literally. They have
Go
their
follow
army.
the History Squad. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's great. He's got a whole. He does historical tours of famous British castles and stuff in the UK. He tells you how to make bows and arrows. He has a whole bunch of medical history and weapon history videos. Go follow him.
Like, this is just completely ridiculous. Martha Wells right here is framing, like, having a government and controlling a land as, like, oh, that's just something everybody agrees that you get to do. And it's like, no, that's something you take by force. That's what armies are for. He doesn't have, it's as nonsensical. And
there's also nobody there because the entire thing has been cursed for the entire amount of time. Nobody knows it's there. Nobody cares to come here. Otherwise, they would have already.
It's like she had to run through, magically speed run through the entire night through some giant forest that took her even speed running the entire night to get through. So it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean they would be stripped? They're very clearly in the middle of fucking nowhere, and it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Okay, well, let's continue. You would expose her to that? It was useless. They will say I have done it from jealousy, that I am an old and bitter woman, and I couldn't bear to see a beautiful young girl triumph in happiness. Let them say it! I know the world. I began this in foolishness and a desire for vengeance, I admit, and I continued it in folly. But I ended it in sober judgment, and this was not the prince to break my spell or warm her heart. What the fuck is this shit? This is so fucking nonsensical.
So creepy.
Oh my god.
And this is also just yet another thing of all of her characters just avoiding consequences at all times by burying their head in the sand, and that's the moral. Don't rectify your mistakes. Just pretend that you were right all along. And
just double down forever. Yes. And this is the moral choice to make. It's
doubling down.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. This is literally the moral is actually the villains of the story should double down forever because actually they're correct. Because we're gonna pretend that people are just lying about them by stating the basic fucking facts. Hello, little kitty. You don't need to claw the sofa. The gaze he turned on her had passion in it, but it was not the passion of love.
Why would it be?
Exactly. Why the fuck would it be? We've been given no hint to his fucking... December 8th, 2025. We're continuing this because the first time my phone automatically stopped the video because it ran out of space. So, this is an interlude for the usual live reading of the Murderbot thing, just to really illustrate the fact that her writing has not improved at all since 1993, and I'm recording this, as I said, December 2025. Anyways, I'll continue. I presume... Okay, well, I'll just read this paragraph. We're almost at the end of this deeply terrible short story. I just have my phone propped up so it doesn't overheat like a little...
You said this was published in 1993?
Yes.
This is her work from 32 years ago.
Yes, this story is 32 years ago. And Martha Wells' writing has gotten worse instead of improved with time. There goes the camera. Alright. I'll scroll with my fucking keyboard. No, you're fine. You're good. I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't be jumpy.
Is it a thing that you can replace the charger port?
No idea. I'm sorry, pretty kitty. I didn't mean to yell at you. That was me. Good boy. Come here.
This sound of a laptop shutting down because the charger cord got...
Because I bumped the charger cord.
By less than half a centimeter.
And scared my pretty kitty, even though you didn't do anything. Sorry. Yeah, you're a good boy. You're not in trouble. Here, now you're stepping on it. Come back here. Come back. Yeah. Yeah. You're a good kitty cat. You're not in trouble. You can lay back down. It was me nudging the fucking thing very tinily with my goddamn keyboard. My other keyboard, because the keyboard on the laptop itself is broken. Yeah, good pretty kitty. I'm gonna show you. Not make people dizzy. Look at him. Look at this cutie pie. Okay, you can't look at him because he wants to nuzzle the phone. Yeah. Yeah. He's a good boy. How about you read it? I'm annoyed now. I'm really tired of this computer doing this shit.
The gaze he turned on her had passion in it, but it was not the passion of love. I had seen the same light in young Matthew's eyes when I gave him the sweet cake. He said, her I would take back with me, to protect and cherish.
I think the other video cut off right around here, so you may or may not have been able to hear our fucking incredulous laughter over, but it wasn't the passion of love. And it's like, first of all, literally nobody even remotely implied that he was he's not claiming to be in love with her. He's just saying, up until this point when he actually says anything, we don't know what his motivations are, but we are inferring that his motivations are, to rescue these people, especially the princess. And, but it's not the passion of love, as though we are assuming in any way that he is in love with her or that he's claiming to be in love with her. And also, okay, even if we go with the assumption that he wants to rape the princess, which is supposed to be what we're assuming here,
because every evil villain in a Martha Wells thing is the most generic, flat, evil rapist ever. Because that's what she uses as a shorthand. That and implying people are cannibals when that makes literally no sense. Because it's literally just racism.
Yeah, I don't feel like doing this now that my computer is shut off again. So you can do the commentary.
But yeah, just this is supposed to be in these lines of, it was not the passion of love. We're literally comparing how this guy's looking at this princess, who he's been alone with in this room for who knows how long, probably hours at this point, with the same kind of greed that I guess a 6-year-old, was that supposed to be a 6-year-old?
I don't know.
That a child who tries to murder his governess by throwing her off a balcony somehow, that we're supposed to view as the fault of gentle parenting tactics. Yeah, he is looking at her the same way a toddler looks at a sweet cake. So, and this is what the protagonist is projecting onto this guy.
The whirring noise is my laptop turning all the fans on while it tries to turn itself on again.
Yeah. So yeah, we're supposed to agree automatically with the protagonist pulling these things out of her ass, because this is how all Martha Wells protagonists interact with villains in the world.
We can even read Wolf Night when this is done.
Ass pulls everywhere. We're supposed to assume that he's a creepy rapist who wants to rape the princess because reasons. But if that was a thing, he would actually be doing anything to actually show that, instead of the protagonist just magically correcting correctly because the narrative says so and because the author says so, assuming these things with zero evidence to back it up. If he was a creep, old lady protagonist would have walked into the room and seen his hands on the girl, hands up her skirt, anything like that. No, he's literally just standing there looking at her. probably trying to figure out how the fuck to break this curse.
And apparently he went through all of the effort of opening up the window, which would have been glued shut with all the strength of the vines that have had 100 years to grow over this fucking castle.
Yeah, letting fresh air, letting some light in from the moon, all this.
The sun's risen, I think, at this point.
But yeah, anyways, there's that. Her I would take back with me to protect and cherish, he says. And we're supposed to take this line sinisterly because the protagonist in a Martha Wells story is always right when they magically assume evil intentions on the part of whoever the antagonist is, when there's zero evidence for that. And to perdition with her family, her companions, her loyal servants? She would not thank you for that if the shock of her situation left her with the power of speech. And here's some more, like, casual ableism and stuff, like, hey girl, you've been in a cursed sleep from magic for, like, 100 years or so. This is gonna, like, just saying this to you is apparently enough to just drive you comatose. Because misogyny. And just, like, even if someone's, like, speechless with shock or disbelief when they find a thing, that does not dictate how they are for the entire rest of their life. And this is just more extremely lazy, ableist, misogynistic writing, that this is being stated as fact. That waking up 100 years in the future with your entire family, household, and the entire population of your little castle, which is a military fort for anyone not aware, around you to support you and be sharing this all with you. It's just like...
And the castle is still intact. They just have to pull off the vines, and apparently that's easy enough that one man can do it.
Yeah, like, it just gets worse as we go more lines down. You'll see. He said nothing, staring at me angrily, and I began to suspect that his motives were even less pure than I had thought. Because he's glaring at you for saying that she would be sad without her friends and family at her side. So this makes him even more evil. Incredible as it seems, I felt responsible for her, as if I was her nursemaid and not her captor. And here we again have the downplaying of, this is the literal fucking wicked witch who, wicked fairy, I'm pretty sure, that was pissed off she didn't get invited to a princess's birthday party and decided to curse the girl and all of her family and friends into everlasting sleep. And we're supposed to be on her side because now she feels protective of her. Whatever the word for the opposite of Stockholm Syndrome is. Because she's possessive of her. Moving closer, I said, but perhaps that would be more to your taste. You know, a girl that can't speak? Because trauma? Magically assuming this about the guy? A prince of your age is surely married. He flushed in a blotchy and unattractive fashion. Because ableism and all villains have to be ugly. I could hardly expect you to understand, witch. He reached into his pocket, and suddenly I found myself facing a small pistol. It's very funny. I blinked foolishly. Now there, stupid old woman, how many times did you tell yourself the rules had changed? My most effective method of defense was a sleep spell, but if I raised my hand to my lips to blow it towards him, he would have time to fire. The pistol's grip was fine wood. If I made the weapon hot, he would still be able to trigger it. And this is one of the Martha Wellsians, where, oh no, the protagonist beats themselves up over making a mistake, or not thinking about a thing. But then it doesn't actually matter, and it exists for usually just one line. In this case, it lasts for exactly one tiny paragraph. Oh no, I was so stupid. I forgot the rules had changed, because I guess I'm so out of touch with the world outside my little fancy goddamn fucking manor house.
That's not how this works.
That I forgot I've been around for the entire development and technological advances of guns.
She's not a time traveler. This literally doesn't make sense.
She's been here the whole time. She's not time traveling. She's not popping from year to year and forgetting the details. She's been around the entire technological development of guns. There's literally no reason that she would foolishly forget the rules had changed because she's been around for the entire 100 years that guns have been around and invented and become popular and widespread and accessible enough that you can carry one around in your pocket instead of carrying around a giant fucking barrel the size of a horse. This makes no sense, and this is literally just complete and utter lack of world research and having extremely shallow characters that don't actually live in the world they live in. The curtains on the open window behind him stirred, and through the air in the room, and though the air in the room remained musty and... Never mind, hold on. The curtains on the open window behind him stirred, though the air in the room remained musty and still. Gee, it's almost as though a breeze can ruffle the curtains even if it doesn't fully go into the room when you have the window open. Delay, I thought. I must delay. I was too old to throw myself about, dodging balls or bullets or whatever is pistols shoot at one nowadays. You've been around for the entire technological development of guns. People, all the men who live in your manor house as fucking noble, rich fuckers, use guns to hunt.
Literally.
This is just misogyny and completely flat characters and not actually researching anything and having characters who don't actually meaningfully inhabit the world that they inhabit. This is just bad world building and lazy writing. Whatever had possessed me to attempt to talk to the man? I said, a sword is more customary and more honorable. Why would it be? To kill a fucking witch who's keeping people prisoner for hundreds of years? No, there's no honorable way to do that. It sucks to be you, but fuck you. His smile was irritatingly complacent. I know your kind too well to rely on honor, madam, he said. And we're supposed to find that insulting on the protagonist's behalf, but like, no, he's right. Literally, you're proving him right here. You're only telling him he should use a sword for honor so that you fucking sneak attack. This is stupid. We're trying to frame this man as an evil, creepy, wannabe rapist villain, pedophile. That's what we're doing in this story. While he's trying to rescue an entire fucking group, or at the very least, one child from the clutches of this witch who has just left these people to rot in the forest for over 100 years. Then it's fortunate you don't know the rest of my family, I replied. 'Cause plot twist. His expression suddenly turned fearful, and I knew he would fire his weapon. I threw myself awkwardly to the floor as the gun went off. Smoke and the stink of powder filled the room. I raised my head and saw Kohler unconscious and crumpled helplessly on the floor. I pushed myself into an awkward sitting position and saw the bullet had made a terrible mark on the wall behind me. I love how we used awkward twice in the same paragraph instead of any other word that we could have put there. Then Electra was bending over me anxiously. Her hair was mussed and torn from her flight up to the window, and her morning dress stained from crouching in the casement. I had seen her preparing to cast a sleep spell on Kohler, but her spells do not work quite so fast as mine. And here we have one of the, I like to call them the like BBC Sherlockisms and Stephen Moffat-isms of lazy writing, where you build suspense by just straight up hiding and lying about things to the audience. So instead of saying that Electra was hiding behind those curtains when the curtains stirred, like three tiny paragraphs ago, to actually build the suspense in the audience of, oh, will he turn around and see her before it's too late? No, we just don't know that she exists or is there or can do any of these things, except as a big grand plot twist reveal of pulling these things out of her ass with no setup. Oh, Auntie, Are you all right? Of course I am, I said. I was not, because that's another Martha Wellsism. I was covered in dust from the floor, and I was bruised and exhausted. Electra took my arm, and I allowed her to help me up. You should have told me he meant to come here, Auntie, Electra scolded. You should never have followed him here alone. He could have killed you. He failed, I said. That is all that matters. Then I ruined the solemn effect by sneezing uncontrollably, because we gotta do a...
And it wasn't even solemn in the first place.
It wasn't this was not a solemn moment. This is just random things happening to solve the plot because the story is over now. Mm-hmm. We'll get you right home for a nice cup of tea, Electra promised, and I admit that would be a welcome restorative. Again, with the trying to put in old-fashioned language, but it doesn't fit with the rest of the actual narration. She returned to Kohler's unconscious form and bent over him. Take his other arm, Auntie? I looked down at his lumpy body with distaste. What on earth for? We're taking him back to the house. I'll put a bit of my special dust in his tea, and he won't remember a thing. We'll tell him he had a nasty fall from his horse, and send him off with no whit the wiser. She frowned. You didn't do anything too permanent to his servants, did you? Not too, I remarked, reluctantly stooping to seize his other arm. I am hardly responsible for the vagaries of cats. And this is supposed to be funny. Like, we're, first of all, more ableism and just fat phobia, not even fat phobia, just calling the villains, fat phobia, and calling the villains ugly as a shorthand for them being bad because suddenly his body is lumpy. When they haven't magically cursed him with boils or anything like that. It's literally just a sleep spell. But suddenly, because he's mean and evil and where my magical protagonist is magically correctly assuming that he is a creepy rapist pedophile because we have to justify the story showing him as a villain with zero evidence in the actual story and his actions to back that up, suddenly he's lumpy. Because having a lumpy body is gross and means you're evil. We hauled him toward the window. I had lost my gift for flight years ago, but Electra was strong enough to take all three of us. I thought Kohler deserved to stay here with the woman he meant to awaken. Not as fitting a punishment as I would have devised in my youth, but satisfying nonetheless. But Electra has a soft heart, and it is useless to argue with her. The end.
That's the end of the fucking story.
That's it.
That's literally the end.
That's the end. And also, we're saying that she admits she was wrong for trapping these people in sleep.
For not inviting her to a birthday
For not inviting her to a birthday party. That she put these people in an eternal hell coma and trapped them in this forest and has left them here to rot with no actual supervision or maintenance of where they're literally stuck in an enchanted sleep.
And it's not even that she can't. It's not even that she can't undo it, and has dedicated her life to at least taking care of them to try and make up for something that she knows she can never make up for. She can undo this at any time.
She just doesn't want to.
She's just doubling down forever. And
And also, but despite her saying, "Oh, it was wrong of me to put all these people in an enchanted sleep for literally eternity, unless I willingly choose to wake them up." But also, I think we should leave this guy who came here to rescue these people. I think we should also just leave him here on the floor and do the exact same thing to him because he's evil. Therefore, it is justified. I've said and assumed he's evil because I, the protagonist, have protagonist-centered morality and everything I do is correct and everything anybody else does that I don't like is automatically evil and Satan spawn. I think we should leave him here on the floor to rot for all eternity as a punishment for going against me. That's it. And this is supposed to be... I can only assume this is her version of trying to... When did Wicked come out? I don't think that came out in 1994. Okay, no.
Wicked didn't come out until 2 years after this. But, like, this is just bad. There's no actual plot to this. It's just guys visiting. He's asking questions. He gets to the castle on his own because he's actually resourceful and competent. And then we assume that he's a creepy pedophile racist because he has to be for him to actually be functional as a villain, because this author does not
literally taking the villain and pretending she's the good
because we're taking the literal villain and pretending that she is actually a good person. Even if she made some mistakes in the past, as long as she doubles down on them, that means she's good.
And literally wants to repeat them right fucking
And then,
now.
as the very last
Zero
lines of this, it's supposed to be that she wants to repeat those exact same mistakes with zero self-reflection, because if you're doing it to someone who's bad, it's okay.
Even
and that's
though
it.
That's the exact same logic that led her to making what she claims to know was a mistake in the first place.
Yep. Yeah, the last line of this whole thing is, Electra has a soft heart, and it's useless to argue with her. That's supposed to be our conclusion. We don't see this character actually meaningfully think on how she's apparently stopped, like, countless random princes and kings and stuff from coming here to rescue this princess over 100 years, and none of them have actually, like, none of these encounters have spurred her to actually think and actually be like, maybe I should stop doubling down on the harm I've done and framing it as good. Maybe I should actually meaningfully try to make amends by actually freeing these people from my curse and actually letting them live the rest of their lives. No, even this. There's literally no thought put into this. This is just, how do I make the witch a good person without actually changing anything? How do we maintain the status quo and support the status quo? And try to frame this as good and progressive, because we say that men are always evil, creepy, rapist, pedophiles, even when there's literally nothing in the text to actually support that. And it would be so easy to make it actually in the text that that's what it is. But that would, even if this particular guy in this instance, is an evil, creepy.
1995, not 1993.
June 1995. Okay. I thought this was from 1993. That changes things. June 1995, in the Realm of Fantasies magazine. I'm Googling something currently. Okay, nope, I can't find when Wicked released in 1995, but I do know that
Just Google DuckDuckGo, whatever the book title published date.
it just said the year in the wiki page. Because that's one of the things about this author's writing. It's always just trying to catch on to trends. If like,
Japan has a tsunami warning.
if somehow you're watching this in Japan, we're not live, but there's a tsunami warning in Japan as of right this second.
Did you guys see this? You can play with this. I know, Eclipse does that play with it. You gotta show everybody else.
Yeah, I can't find what month Wicked released in 1995. But I have a feeling that this was written as a direct reaction to that, because, like,
I mean, people
It's-
have been doing this kind of thing for a while now. Who did not invent the concept.
so, which is true, but yeah, all of her writing is just hitting tropes, supporting the status quo while trying to say it's progressive, and trying to do genre inversions, which literally just means we support the horrific status quo while framing it as good, progressive, and just. And that it's useless to fight against slavery, and it's useless to fight against the tech billionaires who are corrupting our society and keeping people enslaved, because if you kill one tech CEO billionaire, they'll just put a new one there. But it is good and fine and actually logical if you just mow down all the poor and enslaved people that are being used as cannon fodder by those tech CEOs. You can just do that just to look cool.
That's literally why. I just forgot what I was going to fucking say. That's literally why there have been no and will never be any fucking slave rebellions in the Murderbot Diaries. She thinks that slave rebellions, she thinks that they are part of the quote-unquote status quo and that they're cliche, so therefore not doing a slave rebellion and instead claiming that slavery is good, that's how you be subversive.
Because the slaves want to do the jobs they're enslaved for. They would just like it better if their owners were a little bit nicer about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine to be enslaved as long as your slave owners are relatively nice to you. And by relatively nice to you means they're literally psychologically torturing you, deliberately trying to trigger panic attacks, treating you as subhuman, not giving you medical care, letting you walk around their base bleeding out from losing 20% of your body mass.
Forcing you to walk your way out of the goddamn helicopter after you almost die, saving one of their worthless fucking lives. And this is just book 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Open Wolf Night. Our interlude, now that I have space on my fucking phone, this will just be me reading the unconnected, what is the word I'm looking for? The irrelevant short stories that she also wrote. That one.
So you can just Google Wolf Night by Martha Wells, and it'll be the Lone Stars Stories link from literary.ericmyron.com.
So let's see the other one. Scroll down. I think this one's from 2006. It's at the very bottom. Yeah, this one was written, or at least published, in 2006 on Lone Star Stories, which is a digital magazine that unfortunately seems to no longer be running, but they still have them all up on their website or if that page of the website.
She's written a Farscape story. Or at least an essay about Farscape. That is horrifying.
Yeah, this is why it literally said she literally watched Farscape. She knows exactly what Scorpius did to John. And if you've watched Farscape, you know too. You know what Harvey does. I mean, you also probably think you know more than what he does because he fucking lied and the writers wanted everybody to know he was lying. But apparently I'm the only one who, caught on to the very basic fact that he was lying. Anyways, I'm not mad about that. Totally. It's fine. It's just...
It's good writing.
Can you guys pay attention?
It flew over the audience's head.
Can you guys pay attention? He was lying about that. It's a lie. Anyways, she watched Farscape enough to write an essay for it for some magazine. She knows everything that happens in Farscape. She watched it the same way I did. Except, apparently, she watched it thinking, yeah, it's so awesome when your abuser literally fucks with your brain to make it so that you can't hate them or fight back to defend yourself. Because that's literally what is going on in the Murderbot Diaries. That is literally in the goddamn text why Murderbot worships its fucking slave owners, because its brain is literally has been hijacked so that it has no choice but to love and worship and want to protect and want to follow its slave owners' orders.
Brief interlude. If you hear a lot of jingle bells, that's the sound of cats going absolutely ham over their new toy.
Yes. If you have cats, if you see these little toys in the store that are like little round tracks with a ball inside, cats do in fact love them. They're going crazy over it. Okay, let's just read Wolf Night by Martha Wells. Oh, I can't scroll up. No, that's because I'm using the wrong keyboard. Don't step on that keyboard, pretty kitty. I have to steal the keyboard that's over here, because my computer will probably get shut down again. All right. Why is the keyboard button's not working now? Oh my gosh. This is so overcomplicated. Hi, kitty. You are stepping directly on that phone. Please don't do that. Please don't step on the phone. And now I have to try and make the mouse move where I want it to go. Can I use the keyboard? Okay, thank you. Come here, Jazz. You can come sit over here with me. You just can't step directly on the phone. She said no. And whoop. Oh, okay, darn. Okay, let's read Wolf Night by Martha Wells, and you can all see the sorry, hold on, I have to crack it up again. Where's the flipping thing? All right. Technical, not even technical. Interlude here. Trying to get the little stand. Prop up. You made the little stand on the back of my phone get out of place. There we go. Okay. Just don't even bother looking at the screen while you're listening to this. There's nothing to see but me moving the phone around. It was this is from that story we just read was published in 1990. Okay, now I remember. I was thinking it was from 1993 because she mentioned somewhere, possibly in the about the author thing, that she started writing in 1993. So I was thinking of the word 1993. So that was published in 1995. This story here was published in 2006. We don't know when it was written. Okay. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. So just take your keyboard back because it.
Noticed that was gone.
Alright, so has to be opened on my damn computer because all I have to do is type W into the search bar. Phone, stop overheating. Calm down.
So this was published at least 11 years after what we just read to you.
Yeah.
That number. You know the difference in my writing between what the fuck shit I was writing in high school versus now?
Yeah, this was published literally 11 years after what we just read. All right? It was and I'm reading this again, I must state. December 2025. All right? Are you ready? Do you have all of your favorite Martha Wells stories in your mind while we listen to this story from is it also 11 years ago now? From 19. Are you ready to listen to the story from 19 years ago? It was the dead of winter, and Parker was riding through the little. Also, just trigger warning for anti-Indigenous, specifically anti-Native American racism. I'm not going to be saying the name of the spirit that is bastardized in here, because you're not fucking supposed to. And you're not supposed to fucking bastardize them like this. This is disrespectful. And anybody who wants to defend this by saying, oh, it was a different time back then, you can go hit yourself in the head with a fly swatter. Racism has always been bad. Just because the white people in charge didn't want to admit that it was
more
bad.
conveniently ignore the people calling them out for it.
Literally. Anytime there has ever been bigotry in history, there have been the victims of that bigotry and their allies who have been fighting against it. There is literally zero fucking point in history where anti-native racism has been considered normal or okay. It's just that you're a fucking racist. It was the dead of winter, and Parker was riding through the Little Sally Pass, his saddlebags filled with, as we mentioned in the first part of the video, you can tell that she's trying to just throw in random fucking words that seemingly fit the vague time period, but then the entire rest of it doesn't fit the time period. So instead of making it seem authentic, it just comes across really fucking fake. So even this literal first sentence here, let me highlight it so I can just read the first sentence. It was the dead of winter, and Parker was riding through the Little Sally Pass, his saddlebags filled with a payroll he really oughtn't have, wearing every stitch of clothing he owned and wishing he was someplace warm, like hell. The word oughtn't is just thrown in here. OUGHTN' is just thrown in here to try and make this seem like it's authentic, but nothing else about this story feels authentic and feels like it's actually in the time period. So that word being there is just jarring instead of immersive. Up in the highest notch, just before the canyon started to slope down, he saw an old Indian standing alongside the trail. The old man was knee-deep in snow, a ragged hide robe wrapped around him, his head slumped down and stringy gray-white hair falling forward so Parker couldn't see his face. He looked as if he had just come so far and couldn't go a step more. At the moment, it wasn't hard for Parker to sympathize. Like, you can already see so many things. He reined in, leaned forward, and tipped his hat back. "Old man, do you need some help?" The horse couldn't carry two for long, but judging by the bony shoulders outlined by the shabby leather, the old man couldn't weigh much more than a child. And, like, this is supposed to be saying, oh, look, our character's a good person. He offers to help an old man. The Indian didn't answer. The horse stamped and snorted, uneasy. It was late afternoon, thick gray clouds overhead, and the wind rustling the fir trees down the pass. Snow was falling, very
That was some really weird tenses in that sentence.
Have
to say.
I'll read it again. The Indian didn't answer, period. The horse stamped and snorted, uneasy. It was late afternoon, thick gray clouds overhead, and the wind rustling the fir trees down the pass. Snow was falling, very gently, little flakes catching in the old man's hair. Parker wondered uneasily if the man had died like that, frozen stiff, standing up. And, okay, we're about to get some racism, and it's not even racism that makes sense, because we just got a really crappy little description of the area. Hold on. Yeah, the old man was standing knee-deep in snow. Alright? The snow is knee-deep, and he's standing there. And it's also snowing very, very lightly. It's not like they're in the middle of a blizzard. This is badly written. Alright. Then the Indian lifted his head. His eyes were red, as if the vessels had burst and filled the whites with blood. The pupils were open slits of blazing light. Parker's feet came out of the stirrups as he fell sideways off the horse, dragging the rifle out of the saddle sheath on the way down. And it's like, okay, that's already a confused fucking sentence. Because did he fall off the horse on fucking purpose? Or did he fall off in shock? Because this is ridiculous. As he landed hard, the startled horse leapt away like a deer, and Parker had the gun aimed, all in one furious, heart-stopping, scared, witless moment. But, Did he fall off the fucking horse on purpose and literally planned to grab the gun like that? Because that doesn't seem natural.
It could be he's...
Okay, if you have a special sheath on the horse's saddle for your gun, the butt of the gun is going to be facing upwards, because if it were facing downwards, your gun would literally just fall out every time the horse takes a step. So how exactly is he falling sideways off the horse, seemingly from shock, but then also managing to grab that gun effortlessly, if it's not facing the right way for him to be doing that easily while he's literally in the act of falling off, supposedly from shock?
And falling off a horse is not a short distance.
Yeah, unless this is a very small fucking horse, like, this is a big deal. The Indian hadn't moved. Parker expected him to be doing something by now, turning into the name of a bastardized spirit that I will not repeat, growing horns and bat wings, or big teeth to eat the meal that had stupidly stopped to chat, but he hadn't moved. Parker kept the rifle trained on him, but didn't fire. On the off chance that this was a shaman who hadn't decided to kill him yet, he didn't want to make this worse than it already was. And, like, this is just so much fucking racism. So literally in this universe, this is meant to be establishing that, yeah, the Native Americans might literally fucking eat you if you are nice to them and try to offer them help. They might just literally try to fucking kill and eat you because they are actually demons.
Not to mention the framing of a shaman who hadn't decided to eat him yet, and what was the following?
He didn't want to make this worse than it already was.
But if you're saying, okay, maybe it's not the bastardized spirit that people are acting like is a internet cryptid instead of something from a closed fucking religion. Now we're saying, okay, well maybe if it is not one of those bastardized spirits, what if it's just a regular old Indian, because I have to fucking say that word. What if he's a shaman and he hasn't decided to eat me yet? Hadn't decided to kill him yet. I don't want to make it worse. What do you mean you're going to make it worse? If he's an actual person was thinking you pointing a gun at him after you offered to give him a ride ain't going to make it worse.
Mm-hmm.
He's either going to be a decent person or he's just a random generic bandit.
The eyes he didn't want to look at were fixed on midair. Very quietly, the old man started to speak. The voice was raspy and hollow, but human. Parker couldn't understand him. There were 3 tribes around these mountains, and the language could belong to any of them. Parker stayed where he was until the old man stopped speaking, and his head slumped again. Cold was creeping through Parker's blood. He pushed to his feet, chilled from the snow. Nothing happened. He started to make a wide circle around the Indian, but when he got even with him, the figure disappeared. Damn, Parker thought, irony coloring his fear. This is going to be a day. He took an experimental step backward, and from that angle he could see the old man again. Someone coming up the trail from the other direction would never have noticed anything. Clumsy in the deep snow, Parker went on up the trail and spent a while catching his wary horse, and another while calming her down, and calming himself down. It had to be a warning, but he had come this way last year, and he knew this wasn't anybody's sacred ground. So what was the warning for? It was, hello, are you going to step on the phone and knock it over? Here, you can sit here.
That's his spot. Done.
Scoot the light for him. Here you go. Yeah, you can sit. Good kitty cat. So what was the warning for? It was undoubtedly clear as glass if you understood whatever language the old Indian's chimera spoke. And this is this is just another Martha Wells-isms where she will just use jarring words and then never fucking explain them because she thinks using the word chimera instead of simply saying illusion spell, even though this is a short story and we don't do anything with it, makes her clever.
I don't think anything else in this gets referred to with any kind of archaic term like that.
Mm-hmm. Martha Wells genuinely thinks that simply confusing her readers on purpose by using words weirdly like this, and then at no point until now have we been given any hint that words might be used like this. But, okay, take His Dark Materials, otherwise known as the Golden Compass, for example. That is literally an alternate universe where language has diverged slightly, so that the word demon, which originally was a completely neutral word meaning spirit, and spelled D-A-E-M-O-N, that is a positive word in their culture, and it means your familiar spirit animal spirit that is literally born with you and spends their entire lives with you and represents your soul. That is your demon. D-A-E-M-O-N. Their whole language diverged just fucking slightly, or at least the English language did, so that they say that. And when instead of saying electricity, I just forgot the goddamn word they use. It's ambaric.
I think so.
Ambaric, because electricity and ember diverged at some point. Literally, it's an entire alternate universe. Explicitly an alternate universe, because at some point a character from a world more closer to ours goes there, and then he and Lyra, the protagonist, are having a chat comparing their various words and the usages of them. Because he gets there, he hears people talking about demons, and he's like, do I need to be concerned? Because
there going to be a giant evil winged horned red guy coming
around? Not literally, but he's baffled by the use of the word demon, and he's just like, I don't know what's going on. And then he and Lyra literally sit around and talk and compare the usage of their words and realize that both of the words that they are using, electric versus ambaric or whatever it is, both come from the same old fucking thing, and they just went in different directions. Anyways, it was undoubtedly clear as glass if you understood whatever language the old Indians' chimera spoke. Common sense, and I've read this multiple times now, so I'm no longer shocked by the usage of the word chimera there, but the first time I read this, it was literally so jarring that I just had to fucking stop, because it's like, what do you mean a fucking chimera? What are you talking about? And then there's no justification for this.
No explanation.
This would be literally fine if the entire short story were using language like this to build up the world, but we're not. We're just throwing that in for the sake of being pretentious, because as I've said multiple times now, there's a difference between being pretentious and just genuinely doing world building and using words in a way that makes sense, and this is just pretentious. Because in order for this to not be pretentious, this would actually have to be built up, and it would have to make sense, and it would have to be followed up on. It's not. It's just there to use different words, like a fucking high schooler right-clicking words in their document to pick quote-unquote synonyms that don't actually mean the fucking same thing. Common sense said to heed it, and this makes so much more sense now that we realize literally Martha Wells admits that she did not start reading books until after she graduated college. That makes everything make sense, and the white mediocrity is so fucking strong that you can literally not read books until after you've graduated college, and then literally still get away with not having a day job and making your entire career being an author as someone who didn't fucking read books until after you graduated college. Common sense said to heed it I'm not gonna be shocked if Martha Wells comes out and reveals that she's a fucking Mormon one of these days, like Stephanie Meyer or whoever the fuck else. Common sense said to heed it anyway and turn right around and go back. Can't do it, he told the nervous horse regretfully. The payroll and the saddlebags said he had to go forward. Parker mounted again and urged to horse on. That's a typo. What? What are you snickering about?
I was giggling about the fact that he's got a payroll. I don't think we know what it is, where it's from, where he's going with it, what form of currency it takes.
Well, this is pretending to be a Western, so... Parker mounted again and urged to, that's supposed to be the, horse on, slowly picking a path through the snow. It was getting colder, and there was no use looking for answers where there weren't any. It took a long time to get out of sight of the place, and Parker didn't look back. But he wanted to, the whole way, and then we get ... line break. A storm chased Parker down the mountain and into the deep pine of the valley. It was dark, and he was leading the horse by that time, battered by the wind and drenched by freezing rain. Okay. He's dead at this point. He's already dead at this point.
He just doesn't know it yet.
He's now down the mountain and in a valley, in winter presumably, while there's at least a knee length deep of snow. That was at the top of the valley. Now he's in the fucking valley. I don't think Martha Wells knows how heat works. Okay, pro tip, if you're in a wintry mountain thing, if you're in a fucking valley as opposed to standing up top on the top of a fucking hill, it's even colder down there because you know the whole heat rises, which is why you're supposed to crawl on the ground if there's a fire so you're not suffocating in the smoke which is being brought to the top because of it's hot. Yeah, that also works in reverse. All of the cold air on this fucking mountain is going to be concentrated in the lowest parts, including the valleys. And now we're told he's being battered by the wind, and he's on foot, trudging through at least knee-deep snow. That was at the top. There's going to be deeper snow in the colder valleys, where gravity would have fucking pulled it. And he's being battered by the wind, and he's drenched by freezing rain.
Like, bro, you got frostbite hours ago.
This man cannot know. The snow at the top of the pass was nothing but ice down here in the pines. Just wet, no. The snow at the top of the pass was nothing but ice down here in the pines. Just wet enough to find its way inside his coat and soak him to the skin. All right. This is a pathetic lack of fucking research. This man's dead. I'm not even sorry. He's just dead. He has frozen to death long before this fucking point. Especially because we were told he's wearing every scrap of clothes on him. We weren't told what material it is. This man is frozen to death. No.
And he's now wearing
multiple layers. And it's nighttime. It's nighttime. He is wearing multiple layers of soaking wet clothing we're told twice in this fucking tiny little paragraph that he's drenched by freezing rain and soaked to the skin with ice. He's dead. We're not even given the justification that since magic clearly exists here, we're not even given the justification that he's using some kind of fire spell to keep himself alive. This is just bad writing. Oh my god. This is so ridiculous.
He doesn't even have a coat that was treated with oil to make it water repellent.
Literally, not even. And we're literally told he's soaking fucking wet in a blizzard because a storm chased him down the mountain, and it's like, he's dead! He's dead. There was a stage stopover and outpost a little way ahead, and he meant to stay the night there. See, Martha Wells is bad at writing, and she's never improved at writing. She's clearly treating getting soaking wet with rain as just something that's inconvenient and annoying to make you sad, not literal life-threatening. He's dead now. He's just fucking dead. There's no way past that. We could have justified this by saying he had concentrated some kind of fucking healing spell inside his chest to keep himself going, but he was quickly developing frostbite despite that. Just something. Like, if you have magic, you can use it to justify some of these things, but this is not even an attempt at justification. There's nothing here. We're just acting like being freezing cold, completely soaking wet, every layer of clothing you have soaking wet and weighed down by freezing rain in a snowstorm that you've been out in all day, and he was already cold when it was daytime and he was standing on top of that hill. We were already told that even with all of his clothing, he's still cold.
All the clothing he owns.
Literally all of the clothing that he owns, which doesn't amount to much, because we weren't just given a description of how many fucking layers he's actually wearing. This man's dead. This is a complete fucking fundamental failure of doing basic fucking research or even using basic fucking logic. This is just vibes-based writing and not giving a single shit about anything else. Oh yeah, we've all had that day where you got stuck out in the rain without an umbrella. That sucks. Ha ha ha. No, he's dead. This isn't, dang, I just walked into my office soaking wet because blah, 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 and there's a laugh track playing. He's dead. This is a life-threatening emergency, and this man would have died hours ago. Especially because this man's dead. This man's dead. He's in a pine forest right now. I was literally thinking, while he's up on that fucking hill, okay, if he's this fucking cold, then he needs to prioritize getting warm instead of getting away. This is bad writing. This is ridiculous. But see, at least there's a silver lining here in that this is bad writing, but unlike everything else Martha Wells has published, this is free. So we can cut it some slack. But we can't cut enough slack because then she continues this trend that she does here forever and never stops. It's been 32 years since she started writing professionally, and she literally has not improved. She literally still doesn't know what the word non-binary means in 2025 because she doesn't fucking give a shit about basic quality of writing. She doesn't care. Nope. She doesn't care about any queer people at all, including non-binary people.
Let me check. Is the water?
Out there probably. Yeah. The snow at the top of the pass was nothing but ice down here in the pines, just wet enough to find its way inside his coat and soak him to the skin. He's dead. This man died hours ago, and it is simply his fucking ghost telling the story now. Imagine if that were what was happening. That would actually be... I'm gonna have to write that story now. That would actually be a good story. There was a stage stopover and outpost.
You just don't know it yet.
Yeah, literally.
Neither does the horse.
Yeah. I'm such a smart person. I know what I'm doing. I'm definitely going to go out into this fucking blizzard in winter with no waterproof clothing at all. Probably not waterproof shoes. I won't be shocked. It's been a while since I read this, but I can't wait until we find out if his shoes have holes in them and are soaked through with snow and ice water, and Martha Wells thinks this is simply an inconvenience and not, yeah, you've lost
his toes.
You've lost all of your fucking toes, and you're probably gonna lose your fucking feet too. Yeah, imagine a story where a character does this shit and dies and doesn't realize it. Like, they go to sleep thinking, oh, I'm so miserable, this is gonna be the worst night of my life. I'm gonna have such a funny story to tell everybody at the office. And then they wake up, but they're not actually waking up. They're just a ghost now. Anyways.
And even so, there would actually have to be, oh, it's so hot in here. I need to take off all my clothes. Because that's what happens when you get to that point of hypothermia, is that your brain just starts shutting down, and you think that you're warm and sweltering. So then you literally, that's why people are
Commonly
frozen to
found
death,
naked.
yes, naked in the snow because they were delirious and taking their clothes off.
Uh-huh.
So.
Yeah. Literally. This is, yeah. There was a stage stopover and outpost a little way ahead, and he meant to stay the night there. It was far too early in the year for a stage to run through here, but there would probably be a caretaker. Unsure of what condition he would be in when he arrived, Parker had cached the saddlebags back along the trail under a pile of flat rocks. I'm sure nobody will notice a giant pile of fucking rocks. And, okay.
Notice how we don't get any
You notice how the
information of what
snow
a stage
suddenly
is.
doesn't exist when it comes to him, and the ground is definitely not frozen. So it's not like... This is nonsensical. It's not actually possible to take this story seriously if you actually think about anything that's going on. Okay, I don't know if you've ever tried to dig in the ground when it's winter, let alone a fucking blizzard and ice and snow. The ground gets hard when it's cold out, guys. That's kind of how moisture and ice works. And, okay, the ground was covered in snow and ice. And he apparently took the time to pick up a whole bunch of rocks, which will also be freezing cold and making his hands even colder. I don't know if he has fucking gloves, but if he does, they're soaking wet at this point. He took the time to stand out there and bury saddlebags, which are big, under a bunch of fucking rocks.
This was after he encountered the warning illusion.
Yeah. But he hadn't encountered any man and horse-eating demons on the way down the pass, or anything to show what the Chimera's warning meant. But maybe it was such a lousy night, even the demons were tucked up in bed. And again, you see this is just going purely on vibes. Martha Wells thinks that a literal fucking blizzard in which you are soaking wet and forced to walk on foot for hours the entire night through, she thinks that this is simply
Minor
a bad hair day. It's just a silly inconvenience and annoyance, something that can make you irritated, but nothing more than that. Then ahead in the dark, he saw a flicker of light. He pushed toward it, stumbling over invisible rocks in the dark, thinking, that better be the post. As he got closer, he's just walking ahead of his horse. He's not even, huddling with his horse as they walk forward and using the horse as a windbreak and trying to share heat with it, which he wouldn't be doing if his clothes are soaking wet. He would just be making that horse colder by pressing soaking wet clothes into its side, but that's beside the point for now. There's no there was no care put into this whatsoever. As he got closer, he started to make out details. The light came from a couple of hurricane lamps. The muted glow... Why are there hurricane lamps? Why are there
In the
hurricane
west.
lamps?
In the west.
It's just such... Just call them lamps. Why are there... You don't have... No, I'm not gonna. Fucking ridiculous. The muted glow illuminating a row of wooden posts that had to be a stockade wall. He could see a broad wagon gate standing open, two men looking down at something crumpled on the ground. The light caught blood, bright against the muddy ice. The damage was mostly concealed by the dim light, but what Parker could see told him it had been a man. Oh, fine. Huh?
Are the guy's genitals on display? Is it clothing? What says this was a man?
Literally. Oh, fine, Parker muttered. This was just about all he needed. His horse, finally catching the scent of blood in the freezing wind, jerked her head and sidled. The men looked up, startled, and there was suddenly a rifle pointed at Parker's chest. Easy, he said, lifting his hands, showing one was empty and the other held the horse's reins. Again, at this point, this man should not be able to lift his fucking arms away from his fucking sides or wherever he has, hopefully, I fucking hope, at least had them curled to his chest, trying to stave off hypothermia and frostbite. Like, this man should not be able to fucking feel his fingers. He should get in here and not be able to fucking unclench his frozen, frostbitten hands from that fucking rain. Again,
they should have cut it off of him. The reins, that is. Cut the reins just so he can...
They should literally have to be being forced to cut the fucking reins so that he can get inside without dragging the horse inside after him. And at this point, you may as well bring the horse inside too. There's no care put into this. There's no... Okay. I was writing a story as a literal 12-year-old, and I was doing more research than Martha Wells has ever put into any of her writing as a fully grown adult. She wrote this when she was a fully grown adult. Hold on, what year? How old was she when she wrote this? She was born in 1964.
Pretty sure. 1 year before J.K. Rowling.
Martha Wells was 42 years old when she wrote this, and she does literally less research than, like, any 12-year-old.
Writing the first fanfic.
No, I wasn't even writing fanfiction. I didn't know fanfiction existed. I was just writing an original story. Literal 12-year-olds do more research on hypothermia and shit than Martha Wells did as a 42-year-old. And now she's however old she is in 2025, and she's still refusing to do basic research. Again, I literally cannot stress enough to you all. She's been writing the Murderbot diaries for 8 years now, and she has never fucking bothered to do basic research on what the word non-binary means. She literally has no fucking clue what the word non-binary means in 2025. She's not just simply ignorant. She actively chooses to be a fucking bigot. As I must stress forever, she literally cites ancillary justice as her direct inspiration for writing the Murderbot diaries. This is not a case of simple ignorance. She is actively rejecting physically disabled people, fucking trans and non-binary people, or as I should say, as I enjoy saying, non-binary and other trans and binary trans people from her worldview. She actively rejects us. She doesn't want to think about the fact that gender is a social construct. She doesn't actually think that physically disabled people should be allowed to exist in society and be acknowledged as fucking human beings. All of this shit. Anyways, let's continue. We were at his hands lifted up, lifting his hands, showing one was empty and the other held the horse's reins. That sentence doesn't make sense with how fucking freezing cold this man is. He should be about to fucking collapse. One of the men picked up a lamp and carried it over. And as I said, we could have justified him being able to continue on in this way by saying that he knows exactly one fucking spell, and it's a goddamn heat spell that he's using to keep himself alive. We could have done that. But we're not even doing that. It's just shit writing. One of the men picked up a lamp and carried it over, staring hard at Parker. Parker tugged his scarf down from his face so they could see he was human, and opened his coat. So he's got at least a coat. We were told that he's wearing every single piece of clothing he owns. We weren't told exactly how many pieces of clothing or what type that was, though. She's watching you. She's watching you. You gotta pet her. Look at that face. Look at that face.
You've seen these. You've nuzzled them. It's a mask.
Maybe the paint smells bad.
No, because this one's dry.
She's also just kind of sleepy, so... Yeah, she's getting comfy. Look at that little bread loaf. You're adorable, Gizmo. Where was I? Oh, yeah. He's wearing a coat now. A coat that is soaking wet and literally soaked through to the skin. Yeah, they're still standing out in the snow. It's presumably still raining freezing ice. He should not be able, or at least okay, first of all, he should not be able to open his coat because his arms should be frozen stiff and he should not be able to move his fucking fingers. Second of all, at this point, opening his coat to let even more cold in should be like, he should be more willing to get shot than do that, honestly, because he should be delirious at this point. He didn't have a speck of blood on him, and the gutted body was covered with it, steaming in the frigid air. "Who are you?" the man with the rifle demanded. And at this point, he should be fucking delirious. He should be collapsing. He should be barely able to talk.
Scene for Murderbot's protagonist to actually have a reason to collapse.
Yes, literally. This is like if any of her characters have ever had justification to actually collapse and have a scene break, it's right now, because this man's, he should have died hours ago. He would have died hours ago if Martha Wells knew anything about what she's writing about or cared to look up basic shit. Again, this was published in 2006. There's no excuse for this shit. Like, people in 1931 were doing more basic research for the shit they were writing than Martha Wells did in 2006. "I was coming down the pass when the storm started. Wanted to take shelter here for the night," Parker told him. The cold rain was stinging his cheeks, so it's literally still raining freezing ice. "What happened?" Nobody answered, and the one with the window lamp withdrew. She just doesn't really seem to grasp how the mechanics of heat and cold work. We're told that it was snowing up on the top of a hill where there was sunlight and warmth, relative warmth, because heat rises. But we're told that down in the freezing cold valley where all of the cold is collecting, it's just liquid freezing cold rain. That's not how that works. Nobody answered. The cold rain was stinging his cheeks. "What happened?" Nobody answered, and the one with the lamp withdrew. "Hey, are you going to let me in?" Parker felt helpless, trying to pretend he could still feel his toes. It's like, no, Martha Wells, it's too late for that. His whole fucking feet at this point are gone. This man is dead several times over. He could hear they were arguing, but couldn't make out the words. If he had known he was going to end up like this, he would have let the army catch him and saved the whole damn trip over the damn mountain. She thinks just throwing the word damn is doing something. It's like,
So fucking angry right now.
It's like, man, you could have stopped at any point to build a fire. You chose not to. This is ridiculous. "All right, come in," someone shouted finally. They had to throw a tarp over the body and drag it aside before he could get the horse through the gate. Okay, at this point, he should not be giving a single fuck about the horse, because I don't think this horse even belongs to him. Even if he likes animals at this point, unless he is desperately clinging to the horse in his delirium, he should just be like, he should have nothing on his mind but getting inside. If he were again, as we've pointed out, his fingers should not be able to fucking move at this point. That can be a reason for having to waste time keeping him out in the cold, because he's literally attached to the horse by the reins that they can't get off the horse, because maybe the reins are also frozen onto the fucking horse. Anything at all. But nope, Martha Wells just treating literally being in a life-threatening situation that would have killed this man several times over. We're just going vibes-based only, and it's just uncomfortable. No concern whatsoever, though. There was a sheltered lean-to just inside with another hurricane lamp. Oh my god. I'm getting a drink. Laugh track. Insert laugh track. I feel like we should make up a laugh track, and we just push a button every time something fucking absurd is said. Oh, pro tip. as I open this can of soda. Public domain sound clip coming in 5 seconds. That's public domain. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta drink it. It's kind of overflowing. Okay, pro tip, because I forgot about this with our little adorable rescue kittens. I opened a can of soda, and I forgot that they need to be adjusted to things like that, because they have to be kept in my room, because our whole entire house was not kitten-proofed for the size of the kittens we found. It's cat-proof. Kitten-proofing, very different, especially when they're tiny. So they have to stay in my room. So they're not being exposed to many noises. They are now, on purpose. But I forgot that they don't know what the sound of a can of soda opening sounds like. So I opened a can of soda, and it scared the fucking shit out of all of them, because to them it sounds like a sudden hissing snarl. And like they literally bolted. I opened the can of soda, and all of them disappeared. They have I think I said this in a different video, but they have very good self-preservation instincts from living on that playground where we found them. So if they hear a scary noise, they instantly bolt for cover, which in this case is under a chair. There should be ham and cheese. I don't know if we have any more bread though. Yeah, if you are raising kittens or puppies and dogs, any baby animal really, make sure they're just getting exposed to all of the common sounds of the household that you can expect. And also, yes, we are just going on a tangent now. You can just get them used to all the noises so that they know they don't need to be scared of it. And if whether you have cats or dogs, probably works with other things as well. Let me get a drink now that it's not fizzing up. We've actually trained most of our cats to not be completely terrified of the vacuum cleaner, and the way that you do that, and yes, this is just kind of devolving into a little pet training section, because you should train your pets to not be scared of the vacuum cleaner, because you shouldn't be having to terrorize your pets on purpose or by accident when you turn the vacuum cleaner on. So, if you have cats, if you have a dog, and this works with animals of any age, they don't have to be babies. It's literally not true that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. It's just easier to train them when they're younger, but it's so possible to train old dogs new tricks. I fucking promise you. And this also applies to cats. You can in fact teach cats to do tricks and follow obedience things in general. Like, I have literally trained our cats here. I have 2 different tongue clicks. I do one when they are doing something that I want them to stop, and I have another one for when I want them to come to me. It literally works. They also know the word down when we're pointing at the floor to get off whatever surface they're standing on and go to the floor.
Don't forget how much space these videos take up. So.
I'm aware. We're going on the fucking tangent. I decided it. And you have to be here to do commentary, so. And also, I taught them back up, which means if I am trying to get into the bathroom, which is a door that opens inwards because I'm giving one of them treats to get medicine and something, everybody else has to actually back up and sit and wait, and they can't come into the bathroom until I give them permission. Anyways, if you want to train your pets to not be scared of the vacuum, get out your vacuum cleaner and spend a few minutes letting them sniff it and just be normal around it. You can give them treats so they have positive associations with it. And then tell them multiple times in the same tone of voice each time, I'm turning the vacuum on. I should not have said that, but they are all asleep, so they don't care. Just say something like that a few times, and always do it in the same tone of voice, and then turn the vacuum on. And every single time you need to vacuum, spend at least 30 seconds saying this so that they have warning. When you are done vacuuming for good, you say, I'm turning the vacuum off. Don't say it if you're just stopping for a few minutes because you got to move it across the room or something, so that they know when the scary noise is going to start, because most of this is coming from them having no idea what's going on, because it's just all of a sudden there's a roaring noise that's scary. If you remove the sense of surprise, you remove a lot of the fear, especially if you don't harass them with it. When dogs are chasing after the vacuum, that's not cute. That's them feeling threatened and overstimulated. You should not be teaching your dogs to play with the vacuum, because that's just them being stressed out. It's not them actually having fun. Anyways, we can continue. There was a sheltered lean-to just inside with another hurricane lamp. Standing in the lee of it, out of the wind and rain, was like stepping into a warm parlor. No. At this point, he is too far gone. Simply not being hit by the fucking wind and the rain. That's not enough at this point. This man's dying. He is actively going to be dying. Something short and wrapped up in fur started to talk to him, but Parker's attention was caught by the young man with the shotgun who was closing and bolting the gate. The short, furry figure pointed past him into the compound. Stable's that way, son. Got here at a bad time, you did. That was an understatement. Parker followed him out of the shelter. The freezing wind struck again, broken somewhat by the stockade. Parker staggered across muddy ground, slick with ice patches. They blundered around the big dark shape of a stagecoach and into the stable, which was blessedly warm and far better than the lean-to. Parker waited until his guide got a lamp lit and asked, "You had a little trouble tonight?" Again, this man should not be able to fucking talk. But he is. Casually. So fucking easily. You notice he still hasn't passed out. Which he should be. He has fucking hypothermia. He should be losing his fucking feet and probably his hands. You might say that now. This is wolf country tonight. It chuckled. And again, you notice the casual dehumanization every time we've described this fucking person. After setting up that fucking magic is a thing in this fucking universe, the way we're talking about this person implies that they're not actually human, because we're referring to them as something furry and a furry thing. And now we're referring to this person with its pronouns, literally just to dehumanize him. It chuckled, face still invisible under the fur hood. It's bad too, real bad. There was a team of matched grays and a couple of tired pack mules already stabled. Parker picked a stall without waiting for permission, unsaddling the horse and starting to rub her down. No, he can't do this shit. This man's dying. Okay, even if we say, okay, maybe he can lift his arms to show that his hands are empty. He can't do all of this shit. It's just not happening. His hands were numb inside his gloves and clumsy, and his frozen ears were beginning to thaw, giving him a pounding headache. That doesn't even begin to describe the torment this man should be in. Like, you can say he started to saddle the horse, but realized he couldn't, and then also people were dragging him away while he kept insisting he needed to go back and finish stabling the horse. Why is my phone not wanting to stay propped up? Like, this is just bad writing. Anyways, the fur-covered figure just stood there and watched. Parker guessed they were starved for entertainment around here. He decided to play naive and asked, "So that fellow was killed by wolves?" The figure laughed, shed the hood and a couple of knitted scarves, and turned into an old little man with salt and pepper beard, small eyes, and big yellow teeth. He reminded Parker of a chipmunk, and not in a good way. Okay. Hold on.
Notice how this is old-fashioned times before the advent of fluoride toothpaste and dental care.
But only the evil guy that we are not supposed to like has big yellow teeth.
Even though
that he is evil.
Even though teeth whitening doesn't exist, so everybody's teeth are going to be yellow.
Unless they're drinking vinegar all the time and wearing hair now.
Literally. And we are, again, continuing to dehumanize this little old man, which is just ableism and ageism, because this man is so short, he probably has a form of dwarfism, because he's like, every description we're given implies that, like, he's not even coming up to our protagonist's waist. That's how fucking tiny this man is being described as. So this is just, again, ableism, ageism, and fucking, I think they call it lookism, which is literally just pretending that not being conventionally attractive makes you evil. Yeah, he reminded Parker of a chipmunk, and not in a good way. Not wolves, one wolf. We got wolf trouble. A werewolf. Parker gave him a hard look. A werewolf? It won't be a full moon for another 2 weeks. Again, I can't stop emphasizing this conversation should not be possible right now with the level.
Outside?
They're in the stable now, which is slightly better, but it's not. It's just
Parker's teeth should be chattering so much he can barely get a word out.
he shouldn't be able to talk even if his teeth aren't chattering. This man should be dying of fucking hypothermia. And if he's not meant to be dying of hypothermia, then why didn't she just have it be goddamn summer and there's a fucking rock slide blocking the further road? Something. But no, it's just vibes based. It's just, oh yeah, walking home through the rain would suck, wouldn't it? Okay, but you're not in the middle of a city where it's warm, and this is not simple inconvenience, this is life-threatening. A werewolf? It won't be a full moon for another 2 weeks. Besides, he didn't think an Indian shaman would bother with a chimera to warn about a werewolf. This one don't need a full moon, don't need nothing. He ain't under no curse, likes it probably. Sinful. He shook his head, a sad chipmunk. Literally just dehumanizing a disabled old man. But we're supposed to pretend it's okay because look, he's got big yellow teeth. That makes him evil. Killed 2 men and a horse earlier today. I saw him, took a couple of shots at him, but he just faded away into the snow. He grinned. You don't have to look like I'm daft, young fella. You can ask the stage passengers. They believe. Parker wished he could ask the mules. They probably had more sense. Yes, I might do that. You'll see, we're going to have wolf trouble tonight, that's for sure. The chipmunk laughed again and headed for the doors. Again, this is Martha Wells' writing has literally never fucking improved. She just fucking loves dehumanizing the villains, and in this case, literally a little old man with dwarfism. And headed for the doors. Come on into the post when you're done. Stabling is half price for tonight 'cause of the storm. Parker, yeah. Parker finished with the horse, swearing under his breath. He was trapped for the night with a stage full of other people's problems and townsmen who thought everybody they met was a werewolf. Probably all on their way to Miller's Crossing for a witch burning, he said in disgust to the horse, who flicked an ear. I'm gonna keep stressing this man should be unconscious. He should be dead. This is ridiculous. I could accept this.
Have fallen off.
I could accept this if literally had just been told that he knows a fire spell combined with a healing spell that he was taught as a kid after he fell into an icy river and uses all the time. I could accept that, but this is ridiculous. Outside again, he couldn't see much of the post house in the dark, but got the impression of a long, rambling building. When he opened the heavy wooden door, what little conversation there was stopped. Because you know all those scenes in movies where somebody opens a door and then everybody stops talking? That's cool! He stepped inside, even though it doesn't make sense for this fucking...
They already know.
It literally doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. He stepped inside, letting the wind slam the door shut behind him. Huh?
I thought he was in the stable.
Outside again, he couldn't see the post house in the dark, but got the impression of a long, rambling building.
Okay, so he's walking from the stable.
Yeah, and it's all one paragraph with it. For that person who made a poll on Tumblr, this story has 2 spaces after each period. I just noticed. Somebody was asking about that. Yeah. When he opened the heavy wooden door, what little conversation there was stopped. He stepped inside, letting the wind slam the door shut behind him. So the door opens outwards. That's dumb. People, especially colonizers in an area that is actively under fucking conflict, they're gonna build doors that open inwards so that you can fucking barricade them. Whatever. This was the long public room of the post, where passengers would wait while the horses were changed. The lanterns were smoky, and most of the light came from the fire in the big stone hearth. The place smelled musty, like it hadn't been opened up in some time, and the walls were patched with yellow newspaper. Again, he should be unconscious. At this point, his knees just need to give out at the very least, and he needs to fucking topple forward. This is ridiculous. There were 3 men, one sitting at the plank table, one standing at the hearth, and one looking as if he had just stopped pacing and was anxious to get back to it. Parker tipped his hat politely. He hadn't seen an unfriendlier set of expressions since the last time he and Harry had robbed a train. He wished Harry were here now, instead of waiting for him in Pescaro, but there was nothing to help that. He headed for the fireplace and put his back against it, dripping on the sooty stone as the ice caught in his coat melted. Again, it's not just in his coat. His coat isn't waterproofed. This man is soaked to the bone by freezing rain and has been for hours night, since before the sun set. Quite a night. From this angle, he saw there was a woman seated at the table too, gloved hands around a mug for warmth. She wore a long black dress, and her hair under her bonnet was very straight and very dark. Her face was calm and still, like something from an old Spanish portrait, but her skin was pale. Okay. Who the hell are you? That was the pacer, apparently not in a very genial mood. Easy, mister, I just came in out of the cold, Parker said, sounding sociable to save argument. Again, he needs to be collapsing. In his career, he had always been more interested in acquiring money with as little notice as possible and not shooting people. He didn't like trouble for trouble's sake. The obviously overwrought man glaring at him was well dressed, in his 40s, graying, built stocky, but going to fat. You notice how the antagonists are always probably going to run to fat later, and this man is going to fat because he's antagonistic. Also, this should not be one paragraph. It's fine to say that Parker doesn't like causing trouble for trouble's sake, but then why are we describing the man in that exact same paragraph if the follow-up is not, he looked like the exact kind of person that Parker would like to rob. Way too rich for his own good. Something like that. But there's no good reason for those 2 sentences and concepts to be in the same paragraph together. Ow, foot, no. Yeah, we got all that description, and then we just get, he snarled, how can we be sure of that? Parker's mouth quirked at the nonsensical question. Guess we're just going to have to take my word for it. The woman said quietly, Mr. Abernathy, please. Parker liked her voice. Quite right, ma'am, the man standing at the other end of the mantel said. His coat was still dripping on the floorboards, and Parker figured he had been one of the 2 men at the gate. No reason to be unfriendly. He looked at Parker. Also, if you're confused about how many people are in this room, so am I. I'm getting a drink quick.
It named 3 men and 1 woman.
Yeah, it's just baffling, though.
That's
he
one
looked
of the
at
things.
Yeah.
There were 3. One was blah. One was blah. And one was blah.
Mm-hmm. He looked at Parker. I'm Gunderson. That's Preacher Johnson. He nodded to the dark-clothed man still sitting quietly at the table. Mrs. Johnson. Damn, Parker thought. And Mr. Abernathy. We were heading to Twin Rivers on the stage, but the ice storm hit and we had to stop off here. Gunderson was about Parker's age, with a droopy mustache and a flashy red waistcoat. Again, another anti-description, something that has actively gotten worse the longer she writes, because in 2025 we're still getting shit like this. Gunder's character was about the same age as the protagonist, whose age we don't know. We haven't even been given an implication. We were heading to Twin Rivers on the stage, but the ice storm hit and we had to stop off here. Gunderson was about Parker's age, with a droopy mustache and a flashy red waistcoat. And see, this is all just very confusing, because she could have simply described what the characters look like when he entered the room, but now doing it now is just making it more confused. I don't know who the fuck is supposed to be who.
There's also no explanation about what a stage in this case is. Is it a train?
It's a stagecoach.
Yeah, but random ass people don't know that.
Oh, yeah, random ass people who don't read things aren't gonna know that. That was a mistake, Abernathy muttered, starting to pace again. That was going to get on Parker's nerves sooner rather than later. Well, your nerves are frozen, so you're just dead. I don't care what you think. There wasn't a choice. The preacher stood to put a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder. He was droopy and mousy. Every time somebody refers to somebody as mousy, simply because we're not supposed to like them, it's just like, this is just the worst, most pathetic kind of writing. He was droopy and mousy looking, and seemed to need the comfort more than the composed figure of his wife, because if we pretend that men are cowards, that means that we're doing feminism, right? Kind of early in the season to run stages through this route, isn't it? Half-assed was more like it, but Parker wanted them to talk about themselves and not ask him questions. Are you getting the Murderbot vibes? Are you getting the Moon vibes? Are you getting the Kai vibes? Are you getting the vibes of every single Martha Wells protagonist ever to fucking exist? Abernathy shrugged. The weather was clear at Chandler's. I never know if I'm supposed to pronounce this like an SH sound or a ch sound. At Chandler's Ford. Because I've met people whose last names are Chandler/Chandler with an S at the end. Some of them pronounce it Chandler, and other people pronounce it Chandler, so I never know. Either way, it means candle, just candle maker, just for the fucking record. The weather was clear at Chandler's Ford. I thought it would hold. I have to get to Twin Rivers. It wasn't your fault, Mr. Abernathy, the preacher interrupted kindly. I have a position at a church further west. My wife is going to teach school there. We wanted to get there as soon as possible, so we took the risk of the weather. Gunderson glanced at Parker a little more pointedly. And you are heading to Miller's Crossing. He wasn't heading there, but it was a logical destination for anybody coming down the Little Sally Pass. So you think wolves killed that man out there? They stared at him, stricken, except for Mrs. Johnson, who lowered her head a little and lifted a hand to her mouth. Gunderson shifted uneasily. That was the stage driver. 2 other men have been killed since we pulled in at dusk. Old Jim, the post caretaker, saw something attack his helper outside the stockade. He fired at it, but by the time he got out there, the boy was dead. It wasn't pretty. So the stage outrider went for help. He came back tied to his horse, tore up so much that Halday, our driver, hardly recognized him. The horse was bled so badly it didn't last long either. None of us kind of left us trapped here, at least until morning. He smiled thinly.
This is hilarious.
You see why things are a little tense. This is ridiculous.
They should have literally just shot him on sight.
This is beyond ridiculous. So these people here are literally in the plot of a horror movie. And they're very casual about it. for no fucking reason.
And they have been for hours. Probably since nightfall.
This is ridiculous. Parker frowned, trying to make sense of it. It seemed like whatever it was hadn't been stalking the area for long, or Jim and his helper would have been dead before this. It had to have been here at least long enough for some shaman to find out about it and put up the chimera to warn his people off. You think it'll let you alone in the morning? You aren't going to try to leave when the storm lets up? From what they... What?
Right.
This man is... Okay. The man is suggesting that they leave in the middle of the night immediately after a fucking blizzard. And just go at night. In winter. You aren't going to try and leave when the storm lets up? From what they had said, the thing liked to pick victims off one at a time. A stage full of armed people should be safe, even moving slow in the dark. What the fuck is he talking about?
Safe in the first place?
It literally, yeah. We're just ignoring that. These things don't have power in the daylight, Abernathy said, taking out a handkerchief to wipe his face. A haunt got stirred up in Pines one night, frightened a couple of folks to death, but it lost its power in the morning and just drifted around. You could see right through it, like frosted glass, and it couldn't do a thing. Yeah, but that was a haunt, Parker thought. Haunts didn't eat you. It was probably a mistake to attempt to talk rationally to these people, but he tried, and it's like, what do you fucking mean? What do you fucking mean they're all, this is the strongest, it's just, Martha Wells thinks that she is the smartest person in every room she walks into, and all of her fucking protagonists reflect that, because they all have the exact same personality, and they're all just her fucking mouthpiece. If Murderbot weren't Martha Wells' mouthpiece, the narrative would be proving it wrong. If Parker, right now, thinking these people are just based on nothing, that they're completely irrational, this is what she actually believes.
When they let him inside instead of shooting him on sight, which is actually the rational thing in this instance. If you're being stalked by a goddamn serial killer monster person.
Mm-hmm. It was probably a mistake to attempt to talk rationally to these people, but he tried. Why are you all so sure it's a werewolf? They don't usually... And it's like, again, just... And it's very funny finding out that Martha Wells literally did not read books until after she graduated college. But then she still clearly thinks that she's better than every single other person. The door banged open, letting in a blast of cold air. Old Jim and the man who had let Parker into the post. He took a hard look at Parker and said evenly, "I'd like you to turn over your pistol." Who's doing that? Is that old Jim or the other dude? Because we just referred to both of them. Parker lifted his brows. Considering what's happening here, that doesn't sound like too good an idea. We didn't have to let you in, the man countered, eyeing Parker unkindly. We're just supposed to dislike him for that, for pointing out basic fucking shit. Like, yeah, correct. They did not have to let him in here.
They could have shot him on sight, which would be the rational thing.
Mm-hmm. Jim chortled at him. Halliday, I run this place, and just 'cause you people jinxed it with a wolf curse is no reason for me to turn folks away on a night like this. Glad the chipmunk. We literally just continued to dehumanize this disabled old man. And also, like, elderly people are inherently disabled. We just call that being elderly, though. Glad the chipmunk was on his side, Parker said, "Look, the thing he described isn't going to have to sneak in here. It'll just climb the stockade." That could be right, Halliday agreed evenly. It could also just be that Jim's werewolf is a crazy man playing games. They stared each other down. Parker could see the man was afraid, maybe frightened enough to do things he wouldn't ordinarily do. "What does that mean?" Parker asked him quietly. "You gonna run me out of here?" This is so fucking ridiculous. This man should be on the floor and dead. At the very least, he needs to be in a fucking coma. His feet and hands are not salvageable, but whatever. We're just pretending it's drama. So cool. Halliday didn't answer, and his expression didn't change. The others were watching like it was a stage drama. Whatever happened, Parker didn't think they would interfere. Then Halliday said slowly, You can stay, but I want to keep your gun until you leave in the morning. I already took the rifle out of your gear in the stable." He added, suddenly a little self-conscious, "It was the only thing I touched." Parker's eyes narrowed, but it was almost fair, under the circumstances. He debated being jumped by Halliday and Abernathy, and probably Gunderson and Johnson too, and ending up out in the cold with the thing the Chimera had been left to warn about, versus being stuck in here and armed with the thing the Chimera had been left to warn about. Either way, it was better without the cold. It's a deal. Smiling affably, he unbuckled his gun belt and stepped up to hand it to Halliday. And then we have another line break. I'm starving. Somebody suggested food, and Jim said, "That's a good idea. Come on back to the kitchen and I'll get us some dinner." But it was Miss Johnson who silently took charge, taking meat and bread out of Jim's larder, because misogyny. It's literally just misogyny. And you notice that our protagonist is a man? It's just misogyny, and it never stops. The literal bare minimum you can do is have female characters who actually matter and female protagonists. But Martha Wells is a fucking misogynist, so she literally cannot even be asked to have a female protagonist who actually gets to fucking, have her own story to herself. Literally. Emily of Emily in the Hollow Worlds is the only female protagonist she's ever written who doesn't have to share every other chapter or whatever with a male narrator, and Emily is such a passive protagonist that she literally might as well not exist. But it was Miss Johnson who silently took charge, taking meat and bread out of Jim's larder. She turned the meat over on the table, studying it, nose wrinkled thoughtfully, before she cut it up for sandwiches, did the same for the bread, and sifted the coffee like she was looking for weevils. Jim allowed her free rein, chuckling to himself about a woman's touch in the kitchen. Martha Wells, she says that so that we don't like Jim for being a misogynist when she's literally the one writing this shit.
Lampshading it does not mean you're not doing it.
Mm-hmm. Considering how bad Jim smelled at close range, Parker didn't think she was doing it out of a sense of duty at all, and he had never been so grateful in his life. So we're saying, what? Considering how bad Jim smelled at close range, Parker didn't think she was doing it out of a sense of duty at all. So we're literally taking blatant misogyny and saying, oh, but it's not misogyny. She's choosing to do this. It's not out of a sense of duty because she's a woman and it's her job. She's choosing to do it. It's not misogyny at all. It's totally not misogyny for the single fucking woman here to have to feed all of these grown-ass men. She took her gloves off to work, and when she handed him the plate, he noticed her hands were pale and neat, the nails filed back nearly to the quick. The kitchen was a smaller room, and the pot-bellied stove kept it almost warm. What do you mean, almost warm? What do you mean? What? You are in a house with a fireplace, and you are now in a small room with a heater, and we're saying it's only almost warm. Again, we're just doing vibes-based shit. We're nothing. It's just a fucking. Okay, I guess we gotta explain this to people. If it's cold outside and you have a heater in a small room, your small room is going to be warm, especially if you have, those three people, plus her, plus him, plus the 2 people who came outside. You have 7 people and a wood stove in a small room. It's going to be warm in there.
Especially if it's
I don't-
insulated enough to be stuffy.
Yeah, we're literally told that the whole thing is stuffy, and meaning there's no fucking breezes. So it's not like the cold is coming in. It's not drafty. She doesn't understand any of this shit. Nobody seemed to want to talk, but Parker still wanted to know more. So what did you see? He asked Chipmunk Jim, which we are literally using Chipmunk as a proper noun and calling him Chipmunk Jim because dehumanizing fucking disabled people is awesome and we're supposed to think that's funny. Jim stared at him blankly and Parker clarified, when the first man was killed, he was outside the stockade? What did he go out there for? He was trying to get Jim to tell the story from the beginning, knowing people always came out with details that you would never think to ask about, or that you didn't want to ask about in front of the concerned parties. From what the others had said, it sounded like the coach had already been inside the stockade, and Parker would have liked to know who was stretching their legs out in the yard and in sight when the men had been killed, just to settle his own mind. But Jim shuddered in his bulky coat and skipped... What do you mean they're all still wearing their coats? This is just so badly written. He's... whatever. But Jim shuddered in his bulky coat and skipped all that, saying only, the light was failing early because of the storm. I just got a glimpse of it running off into the trees. I heard it howl.
That is him starting at the beginning.
Literally.
He said, I couldn't see a lot because the sun was failing.
Yeah. Martha Wells is bad at writing, and she actively refuses to improve and actively refuses to accept any criticism. That doesn't mean it's a werewolf, Preacher Johnson said quietly, making everyone look at him in surprise. He had his hands wrapped around a mug of coffee for warmth, his eyes on the fire inside the stove's belly. Mrs. Johnson didn't look up at him. There are creatures of darkness that could do this, that could curse this entire valley. Does that mean that werewolves do not count as creatures of darkness? Why are these two separate categories? Ignoring the interruption, Jim continued, dark as pitch, running like a wolf, but on two... What? Running like a wolf, but on two legs.
Hopping for our lives.
He shuddered again, but Parker read malicious enjoyment in that, not fear. Do you hear this shit? Starved for entertainment, Parker thought again. If it's not a werewolf, then it could be somebody using craft, making a chimera of himself to make it look like he was with the others. And if that's so, he could have killed your guard with a spell, and not his hands. Abernathy snorted, but Halliday and Gunderson stared at him. Gunderson said, You ask questions like a lawman. Are you a lawman? It's like, what? What? This is ridiculous. He's not even asking questions. He's not asking questions like a fucking lawman. He's just asking questions. It's ridiculous. And we're supposed to ask, this is Martha Wells pretending that, oh, the other people, they don't even ask simple questions. That means they're stupid. That's literally what's going on here. Gunderson's, they're just staring at him because he's asking basic questions.
Which
Wow.
is good when the protagonist does it, but don't you dare ask it about her work.
Yeah, when the protagonist asks basic questions, just like with ART, when Parker does it, it's just common sense. And it means other people are stupid. But when I'm asking basic questions about, continuity, how the fucking world building is supposed to work, then that just means I don't understand how storytelling works. And the person claiming we don't understand how storytelling works literally didn't start reading books until after she graduated college. And thinks that's something to be proud of. You ask questions like a lawman. Are you a lawman? I don't actually know how you pronounce this word. Hold on. I'm looking up how to pronounce Jesuit, because I don't know if you actually pronounce it that way. Let's see. Push play. Tell me how to say it. Why is this a minute long?
Jesuit or Jesuit.
Okay, so it is pronounced exactly how it looks. Are you a lawman? I was raised by Jesuits. It wasn't true, but it did tend to shut people up. Why do you think it's not a werewolf? Halliday asked, sounding more like he might be willing to listen to the answer. Parker chalked it up to the Jesuit thing. It's not a full moon, Parker pointed out, but it seemed like there was another reason too. Parker's gut was telling him that even if everybody on the coach except Halliday was a werewolf, he would have still bet the whole army payroll that something else had done this. And then we have another line break, ... of asterisks. Okay. Parker never managed to get more sense out of Jim, and nobody else had seen anything to speak of. Finally, Mrs. Johnson went down the hall to one of the bunk rooms to retire. Parker thought the back of the house had to be nearly as cold as outside, but she seemed to want the privacy. Gunderson had gone out to take Halliday's place guarding the gate. The others were in the kitchen, and again I cannot stress, these people are in a fucking blizzard. A lot of these people were soaking wet because their coats were dripping because they're soaked to the skin. This isn't the kind of situation where, and they're in the plot of a horror movie. This isn't the kind of situation, no matter what the fucking vague, unstated time period is, nobody's going to be going off to by themselves to sleep in any way, especially not when it's freezing cold outside. And we're told that a fucking stove in a small, crowded room is only making it almost warm. So, meaning that it's still cold inside the building. These people are all in danger of freezing to death. They're all gonna be hanging out in the goddamn kitchen, the smallest fucking room that they can have.
They're because also not going to send people out in a blizzard to guard the gate when they can just bar all the doors from the inside.
This is so fucking ridiculous. Like, we are literally supposed to be this is all, again, no research, no care was put into this whatsoever to make sure it actually even remotely makes sense. They're in a blizzard. They are all actively in danger of freezing to death. They're not sending people outside, especially not by themselves. This is ridiculous. They are all going to be huddled up in the smallest room, which was the kitchen that had the stove. And they're going to have shit in front of the door to keep all the heat in there, and they're just going to stay in there all night. Parker thought the back of the house had to be nearly as cold as outside, but she seemed to want the privacy. Just ridiculous. Gunderson had gone out to take Halliday's place guarding the gate. The others were in the kitchen. And this is what I mean when I say it's like ridiculous and so impossible to keep track of how many people are actually here or who was doing what.
There should be 5 people total. Maybe
There's like 7 people.
Again,
There's 7 of them. Parker waited for the place to get quiet. Then he went out on the porch. The storm had died away earlier while they were eating, leaving the night still and frozen. There were lamps lit out in the yard now. Also, everybody's reactions to what's happening is so chill when it shouldn't be in any way. It's just ridiculous. There were lamps lit out in the yard now, several hanging from the porch roof and lighting the area around the gate. In pools of yellow light, he couldn't see anybody moving, just the fine coating of ice. He had never been warm enough to take his coat. Oh my God. Oh my God. He had never been warm enough to take off his coat, and his clothes were still damp. It's been hours. It's been hours, and the man is still in soaking wet clothes, soaked to the fucking bone this whole time. And He's just magically alive. Also, this happens in Emily and the Hollow World, too. She's freezing cold, and then she goes for a fucking swim in some fucking water, and it's still freezing cold, and then she just sits somewhere for a while to warm up by not moving, and then she's warm enough to go for a swim again at night, all by herself, in not a bathing suit, in soaking wet clothes. Martha Wells is a terrible writer. She doesn't do any research. She doesn't care about anything. It's just, oh yeah, it's definitely fine to... She just uses shit like this for cheap drama. It's just vibes based, but you're not actually supposed to think about what this means. Like, Emily, literally, I don't know what chapter that was. It was not chapter 1, I don't think. She should have frozen to death. At the very least, she should have passed out and missed her fucking opportunity to be a stowaway because she almost froze to death on the docks because she's swimming at night. And also, the child is supposed to be like 16 years old, but then she still decided, just go read Emily in the Hollow World and see for yourself. It's ridiculous.
Or obsolescence.
The shit just in... Again, with this kind of vibes-based, oh yeah, it's just ridiculous. He had never been warm enough to take his coat off while in a building that has a fire in the fireplace and no drafts with 7 other people. She doesn't know how any of this shit works. And his clothes were still damp. He's literally wearing wet clothing still. And he stepped off the porch and walked toward the stable, ice crunching underfoot. The sound was oddly loud in the quiet, and Gunderson stepped out of the lean-to beside the gate to stare at him. She really likes saying that these people are just staring at the protagonist, because that makes them seem stupid, because they're just staring instead of we could have said he leaned over to check out where the noise had come from, but no, it's just to stare at him. Parker, determined to maintain a friendly and innocent demeanor no matter what, waved. It was too dark to see the man's expression, but he didn't wave back. If it's too dark to see his expression, why do you know he's staring at you? You could have just said he saw the shadow. No, not even that. You could have just said he saw the shadow of Gunderson move to watch him. Since Gunderson had seen him, and it would be good to have a more obvious reason for walking around in the cold, Parker stopped and opened the stable door. He held it wide enough for the lamp light outside to penetrate the darkness. The horses and mules stared curiously at him. Then a patch of ground a few feet away exploded from a shotgun blast. Parker bolted for the corner of the stable almost before he realized Gunderson must have shot at him. In the dark patch between the two buildings, he flattened himself against the wall and called out, "What the hell?" "I saw it. It went this way." Gunderson was running across the compound, out of the lamplight, toward the outbuildings. "Don't follow it!" Parker yelled. "That's what it..." And then the dialogue ends in italics. "Wants. Oh, for God's sake!" Because again, the protagonist is the only person here who has common sense and is the smartest person here, and already knew from simply walking in that these people weren't rational, and it's impossible to talk rationally to them. He ran after the man. Past the barn, between two tumble-down outbuildings, Gunderson jolted to a halt, lifting the gun. Something moved in the shadows, a fast blob of darkness. Why are we calling the scary thing that's supposed to be scary, a blob? Parker saw Gunderson go down and the gun go flying. He dived for it, landing in the frozen mud and snatching it up. He rolled and again. This man is still in damp clothes that have... His clothes are still literally fucking wet. It's been hours. This man is so fucking dead. But we're supposed to pretend that he can actually do dodge rolls, multiple dodge rolls, and leap around and grab a gun from the ground. And all of this. this man has died so many fucking times over, but it's just vibes based because walking through the rain is just simply an inconvenience, right? Not like he did another dodge roll. He rolled and fired the other barrel into the dark thing standing over Gunderson. It jerked, snarled, and tore away from the body, hunkering down only a few paces away. Parker rolled to... How many times is he rolling? Parker rolled to his feet, holding the empty gun like a club. He did a dodge roll to get to the gun, and he's doing another dodge roll to get to his feet, holding the empty gun like a club, thinking, back away slowly, then run very, very fast. Then the creature laughed, a high-pitched growl of amusement, and bolted off into the dark. He took a step toward the body, but there was nothing to be done. Gunderson had been ripped open neck to groin, blood pooling down on the dark, frozen ground. Saw that one coming, Parker thought sourly. It could have gotten him, too. It obviously knew the gun was empty, having tricked Gunderson into firing the first barrel. But he figured it had done what it came to do, picked another one of them off. Then he felt a prickle along his hairline and looked up. Mrs. Johnson was standing a few paces away on the other side of the body, a neat figure in her dark hood and bonnet. "Mr. Parker," she said with perfect composure, drawing her skirts back from the blood. This is ridiculous. It's freezing cold out here, but we're supposed to pretend these people are just wandering around outside casually. "Mrs. Johnson," he said. She didn't look at all discomposed for a woman standing over steaming insides. Yep, Parker thought, just out for a stroll on an icy winter night in an isolated outpost populated by strange men and murdering werewolves. Martha Wells thinks that lamp shading these things makes it magically logical. Of course, she might just be having an affair with Halliday or Chipmunk Jim. Again, continuing to dehumanize him. He tossed the useless shotgun down next to the guard's body. "I don't have a gun." "Neither do I." "But I don't think you're unarmed." He circled to the right, trying to get a better view of the body without touching it, keeping one eye on her. She went left, keeping one eye on him. "Did you see it?" "I saw what I was meant to see," she said, her voice as neat and precise as her movements. "Why did he shoot at you?" It could have sounded like an accusation, but Parker knew it wasn't. He didn't. He thought he saw it creeping up on me. But there was nothing there. What? He thought he saw it creeping up on me, but there was nothing there. What, we're just saying shit out of nothing out of nowhere based on nothing. He added, he saw what he was meant to see. Her fine mouth twisted in agreement. It's unfortunate. Do you hear this shit? This is supposed to be really cool and mysterious, and it's just meaningless. I'm not reading it again. Then the door to the post banged open and hurried footsteps crunched on the snow. Mrs. Johnson vanished into the dark with a flicker of her skirts. Parker yelled, "Over here!" Abernathy, Preacher Johnson, Halliday, and Chipmunk Jim were running towards him from the post. Johnson moved up beside Halliday, saying with grim fear, "So it's in here with us now." "Maybe it always was." Abernathy looked white-eyed scared. "This thing, it didn't start until we got here." "That's what I said," Jim put in, not helpfully. Ignoring him, Johnson was glaring at Abernathy. "What do you mean? You think it's one of us? Is that what you're saying?" Abernathy flung his arms up in exasperation. "You heard the old man. None of this happened before we got here. It has to be one of us. I said we should all stay together, but Halliday and I were alone in the bunk room when the shots woke us. Where were you?" "I was with my wife. Where do you think?" Johnson said coldly, and then there's another line break. Abernathy stomped back inside, but Halliday held a lamp while Johnson and Parker got the body wrapped in a tarp and carried it out to a shed near the stockade wall, where the other three bundles were. If it hadn't been for the cold, the place would have smelled like a charnel house by now. Again, Martha Wells thinks that just telling us that it's freezing cold, it's literally so cold outside that it's cold even inside while they're in the fucking tiny kitchen packed with 7 people and a stove. Oops, phone battery's dying. Okay, plugged in now. You can stick that over there. Sorry, you can go back to sleep. Your name is not phone is dying. Why are you acting like I called you? You're adorable. It can't be one of us, Halliday said as they crossed the yard on the way back. He sounded as if he was mostly talking to himself. No one was alone, except you. He threw a sidelong look at Parker. And you don't have blood on your clothes. Thank you for noticing, Parker agreed. And again, it's just... Johnson said stubbornly, it must have climbed the stockade, then got back out again. And he'll stick to that story till it kills us, Parker thought. Because again, we're pretending that these people are irrational. For as though the idea of something climbing a fucking wall is unbelievable. He said, I'll take the watch, if I can have some shells for the shotgun. Halliday stopped and eyed him. It's my job, I'll do it. Lack of blood only went so far, apparently. As the others went into the house, he said, I'll check the horses then, and headed out toward the barn, because again, this is fucking ridiculous. So they're supposed to be suspicious of this guy, and think he might be the serial killer werewolf. But then they literally just continue to let him wander off by himself. When he could, if we are going with the assumption he's a werewolf, that he could just use that to fucking transform and kill some more people. He glanced back, making sure Halliday's attention was on the gate, and stepped into the shadows between the 2 buildings. He stood... It's nighttime. Like, how... Whatever. He stood still I scrolled too far. He stood still a moment, feeling his feet freeze, waiting for his eyes to adjust. Now he could finally have a look for what he had originally come out here to see. He made his way through the dark, past the run-down outbuildings. It was too dark to search without a lantern, but on this night, that would be like traveling with a brass band. He reached the stockade wall and felt his way to the corner. He couldn't see a damn thing, and he reluctantly tugged his glove off. His fingers were mostly numb, but the marks carved into the post were wide enough to feel with the back of his hand. He stepped away. Again, this is so fucking ridiculous. Like, dude, Martha Wells, his fingers alone are not numb. His entire hand should be without fucking feeling. This man he literally took his glove off. This is ridiculous. His fingers were mostly numb, but the marks carved into the post were wide enough to feel with the back of his hand. He has been wearing completely soaking wet clothes for hours now, and he at no point did he take them off to dry. He's literally been wearing...
And hours.
Literally. He's literally still wearing soaking wet clothing that is literally sapping his body heat every single fucking second he continues to wear them. This is literally why every single fucking time you watch a movie or something, or even documentaries about people with frostbite, if they are wearing wet clothes, the very first fucking thing you need to do is get them out of the wet clothes, because that literally is sapping away your body heat. This is why people in movies take off their wet clothes and huddle somewhere dry and get, like, basic fucking shit that literal children are taught when they play in the fucking snow. You take off your wet socks when you come inside, or your feet will continue to freeze. I swear to God. He couldn't see a damn thing, and reluctantly tugged his glove off. His fingers were mostly numb, but the marks carved into the post were wide enough to feel with the back of his hand. He stepped away, pulling his glove back on. Those were some kind of hex sign, and the carving wasn't new. They were pointing inward, meaning to protect whatever was in the compound. Not doing such a great job at that, he said under his breath. Unless they were. It could be that, Parker thought. He should have gone with first impressions. He went back to the house, moving quietly, keeping to the dark patches. The floorboards of the back porch didn't creak, and somebody had left the latch lifted on the kitchen door. But Chipmunk Jim had been awful careless for a man who was being stalked by a werewolf or whatever the hell. You all are! They are literally just let you wander off by yourself again. This is ridiculous. Parker had thought about trying to enlist Halliday's help and already discarded the notion. Appearances aside, Johnson would probably be the one most likely to keep his head. But explanations and proof would take too long, and they would all end up with their insides steaming on the ground. And he still wasn't certain where Mrs. Johnson fit into all this, if she was an innocent bystander or cheering from the grandstand. He had to pass through the front room to get to the rest of the house, and Johnson was in there with Abernathy, sitting on opposite sides of the room, both watching the door. Let me get a drink. Any comments?
Just that there's nothing happening.
Yep. Parker nodded to them as he went through to the back, down the dark hallways, past the locked doors that led to rooms for storage of supplies and beds for passengers, past the presumably locked door to the bedroom Mrs. Johnson had taken. Halliday had put the guns in a locked room in the back that did the duty of a safe for mail. Parker felt for the lock with a certain degree of confidence. He had been a safecracker before it got easier to just blow the things up. But the hasp was already broken. Well, you should have seen this coming, he told himself wearily. He stepped back and pushed the door open with a finger. Jim was standing inside, leaning against the cabinet where Halliday had put the guns. He chuckled merrily to himself. The chipmunk teeth were now long and white and pointed on the ends. He said, "Now tell old Jim what gave him away." There was hex marks protecting whatever's inside the stockade. If he could do that, you can stop anybody with a wolf curse, Parker said, to give himself time to think. Jim had long, dirty claws now, too. Long, sharp ones. That hadn't been there an instant ago. We literally just said Jim had long, dirty claws now. Long, sharp ones. We literally described the claws as long twice in, under 10 words. His coat had fallen open to show nothing under it but a squat, muscular body covered with straggly black fur soaked with blood. So this man's fur is also soaked with blood. He's also freezing to death. Oh my gosh. Especially because this is implying that he's been soaked with blood the whole time. This man's also dead. Everybody here has frozen to death. Jim had smelled pretty foul as it was, but the cold had disguised the worst of the odor. Martha Wells is also really obsessed with the idea that predatory animals smell terrible because, most random fucking conservatives, they don't use logic. But the cold had disguised the worst of the odor. But it's not a wolf curse, is it? Oh no, that was just a joke, Jim chuckled. You weren't the only one I was teasing. Funny, huh? What's the point of somebody being a werewolf and smelling the witchery on me, and then not being able to tell anybody about it because you can't say how you know? Now that's funny. You used a chimera to make Johnson and Abernathy think you were with them when Gunderson was killed. These are all just statements. These aren't questions, by the way. You used a chimera to make Johnson and Abernathy think you were with them when Gunderson was killed. Parker took a step backward, trying to think where the nearest weapon was, if he could make it all the way outside to Halliday and the shotgun. And this is so fucking ridiculous. Jim shrugged. Didn't have to. Just gave them a little nudge to make them fall asleep. I was in the yard with you the whole time, boy. When they come running up, I just stepped up behind them like I'd been following them the whole time. This is ridiculous. Harry had always said Parker liked to make things too complicated. He took another step backward. So you thought you'd live in the woods, eat folks for fun? Jim shook his head, grinning. I came out here to get away from the witch catchers back east, but the damn Indians sniffed me out. The local medicine man made one of my rituals backfire, and I ended up like this. I hadn't tried any since. They're dangerous stuff. Again, literally saying that the Native Americans are actually dangerous and can hurt you with their magic. Their scary, scary magic. Parker took the last step and slammed the door, but Jim was damn fast. He was just turning to run when the door burst open, knocking him flat. He shoved to his feet and slammed his way about 7 paces down the hall when claws caught in his coat and yanked him flat. Parker twisted around and saw Jim leering down at him. Parker kicked at his kneecap, connecting hard, and sending Jim falling forward. What? Flailing? We're pretending he got kicked in the knee very hard and is falling forward from that. He got kicked in the front of his knee and he's falling forward. Parker rolled and scrambled up, lunging forward again, but a set of claws wrapped around his ankle and pulled him down. Also, again, I have to keep pointing this out the entire goddamn time. His clothes are still soaking wet. He's literally still freezing to death because he hasn't taken off his wet clothes. Then the nearest door flew open. It startled Jim enough that he let go when Parker scraped at his hand with his boot heel. It gave Parker just enough time to get his feet under him and throw himself through the door and into the room. He landed on the dusty floor and realized the dark figure looming over him was Mrs. Johnson, bonnet askew and furious, holding an axe. Jim lunged in after Parker, and also, let's do some basic media analysis here. The bonnet is supposed to be representing of her real place in society, but it's askew, and she's furious, and she's holding an axe. This is the same as actually writing something, like, progressive about women, isn't it? Jim lunged in after Parker and got the first swing right in the face. He staggered back, yowling like a wounded bear. I would not describe bears as yowling, but whatever. You could have said roaring like a wounded bear. And Parker shoved to his feet, breathing hard. A faint line of consternation between her perfect brows. Mrs. Johnson I hate Jesus Christ. I'm getting the cat separated because before I... Where did that? Everybody put your fucking guests in the telepathic group chat. Right there, please. Right there. Thank you. Alright, I had to walk away, so I'm back. Alright. A faint line of consternation between her perfect brows. Mrs. Johnson handed him the bloody axe, saying, "Better cut his head off to make certain." There wasn't much else to do under the circumstances. Parker took the axe and said, "Yes, ma'am." And then it's a line break. So literally, the woman doesn't even actually get to kill the fucking monster. She literally has to hand the axe over to a man so that he can do it instead. And then there's a line break because we can't ever actually show the final battles. She just likes to skip past them. So under that line break, what with all the explanations of how Jim turned out to be a monster, Parker didn't get a chance to talk to Mrs. Johnson in private until the next morning, when Halda and the others were occupied with harnessing the horses and loading the coach. They were going to take Jim's poor pack mules with them, since there was no telling when the stage company would be able to get someone back to take over the post. The sky was gray and overcast, but it didn't smell like more rain was on the way. Mrs. Johnson was standing primly on the porch, wrapped in her dark coat, her little hands gloved again. So much fucking misogyny. Without looking at him, she said, "You knew. About me, I mean. When?" Standing below her on the muddy ground, Parker leaned against the post. When you took your gloves off in the kitchen. He thought that would have been a good moment to take her hand, but across the yard, Preacher Johnson was holding the horses for Halliday and had one eye on him. It was a shame. He had never had a woman hit anybody with an axe for him before, and it had quite turned his head. He just explained, "You keep your fingernails cut back so you don't accidentally scratch anyone. What I didn't realize is that you were checking the food to make sure Jim didn't put any curses on it. He looked so unhealthy, I just thought you were checking it over for rot." She nodded slightly, keeping her eyes on the other men across the yard. He knew as soon as I stepped off the coach, as I knew what he was. She folded her hands tightly. "You haven't said anything yet, so I'll assume you don't intend to." "Oh, no, ma'am," Parker assured her. "My friend Harry has the same condition." She looked down at him then. Her face was still serious, but her dark eyes were smiling. "You haven't told me your name," she said, not making it a question. Considering what he knew about her, Parker couldn't see why not. "It's Robert Parker, ma'am." Parker managed to be the one to hand her into the coach, though Preacher Johnson gave him a dark look. Parker just tipped his hat and smiled, and that's the end of it. That's the end. That's the end. It's over now. You. Ugh. Do commentary then. Oh, come on, flex. Yep.
I mean, I give you both.
Huh? Yeah, I gotta grab the other one.
I like how we're ignoring that this is a married woman, because
They're both fully charged.
Thank you, guys.
it's just like, what is he? Is he a Catholic preacher? Is he just a Christian preacher? Does Christianity exist in this world?
No idea. But they are allowed to marry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that from Wicked. And
Yeah.
that being about his own father.
Okay, alright, before we do anything else. The quote unquote plot twist, that's not a plot twist because it's badly written, is that she's a werewolf. And she knew that Jim, the old man with dwarfism, she knew that he was the fucking serial killer the whole time. But she didn't do anything about it. And we're pretending that, oh, well, she couldn't do anything about it. She had to keep her own secret. And it's like, at the expense of other people's lives? Like, how many people died in this fucking story?
A bunch.
So many people died.
4, I think.
And we're, like, yeah, because they mentioned somebody was sent back, disemboweled and tied to their horse.
Which then also died.
Yeah, and a horse. So, like, this lady is a horrible fucking person, and she is just as fucking responsible for all this shit. Like, she knew who was the fucking culprit the entire goddamn time, and presumably her husband knows she's a werewolf, so she could have told him, and they knew the whole entire time, and then they still didn't do anything about it. And Martha Wells wants us to think, oh, they're such good people. She's such a cool person because she has tiny hands and perfect brows and stands primly.
She's a rich white
She's
woman.
literally a rich white woman who didn't lift a fucking finger to save anybody's lives when it was entirely within her fucking power. She literally knew who the fucking killer was the entire time and didn't do a single thing to let anybody know about that, and didn't even put any effort in to hint at it.
Or stopping him herself.
She literally could have played into the stereotype of a scared white woman, and she could have just pretended to be terrified of Jim and make something up. But she literally didn't do anything at all. She knew who the killer was the entire time and was just happy to let him continue. Literally.
As long as it didn't impact the food she was eating.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, yeah. Martha Wells has not improved her writing in 32 fucking years. That's longer than I've been alive that she's been writing professionally. And she literally has not improved at all. And she is, in fact, actively getting worse.
You can read Rapport now as the final.
Well, this video is definitely going to run out of space. This is an hour and a half, and also my phone's overheating. Which is probably why Mr. Eclipsey likes to sit on it. Alright. Look at this sleepy kitty. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. You can go back to sleep. Yep. Bye-bye.